it all the time.
You
like,
used to know it, yeah.
Yeah.
How such pasta. Oh no! Please no. Thank you.
What happened?
Pokemon stuff.
Pokemon, gotta catch them all.
You'd say you're fairly familiar?
Excuse me?
How familiar?
How familiar am I with Pokemon?
Yes.
Very.
What's Pokemon?
What's Chansey's evolution?
Chansey's evolution?
Yes.
Are we talking? Which generation are we talking? Because she only gets an evolution after a certain point.
I don't know. She has an evolution in this picture.
Yeah.
She does have an evolution, which is Blissey, but she only gets it after a certain point because she never used to have an evolution.
Yeah, that I know. I remember Chansey had no evolution, but then eventually had one. But someone tweeted out a picture of Blissey with like the nurse hat and like a whistle, and they just said she could have cured COVID.
I was drinking tea, Fern.
She could have done it.
Oh my god.
She could have done it, guys. She could have done it.
Maybe
Blissey!
in Pokemon.
Blissey!
Oh fuck.
Oh, double fuck.
Fucking fuck! Jesus! Sorry.
Why are we fucking Jesus? What the fuck?
Because I keep typing the word longsword wrong.
Are you spelling it with a U?
No. I'm spelling it long S W R O W R D.
Srod.
Long
Strad.
A long strad? Oh no.
Oh god.
Oh god. Oh, Jesus Christ! Alright, I'm home.
Welcome home.
Sorry for the slight delay. Yeah, Fern was on his way home. I have nobody's cameras, by the way.
That's because mine isn't on yet.
Got it! Just making sure.
That's because there's a snake in my boot.
Shut up. No, there was a lizard on your car.
Yo, I feel so bad for that. It's just like
a moment of silence for Lenny.
Lenny. Lenny!
We're in mourning today.
That was a horrible moment of silence. No one gives a shit
we're
about
having
Lenny,
a moment
apparently.
of silence right now.
Yes.
Lenny.
I was waiting to see who broke it first.
Yeah.
Better that time.
Oh, it was better. It was better.
It was an actual moment of silence. Okay, I'm setting up. I'll be right back.
Woo!
Have fun. Be safe. Go pee, because I will also need to get up and pee as well at some point. Whoopsie. Oh, I broke roll 20.
Or did roll 20 break you?
It's both.
Yes. I just love that your answer is yes.
It's both. Someone else needs to do the Twitter thing because I am not put together today.
Oh, did you not do a...
I haven't done anything.
Okay, I meant to ask, and then I just totally fucking didn't.
I literally have not done anything because today was one of those days it was really difficult to get out of bed.
Oh, fuck. Wrong account. God. I fucking hate my life.
Who are you? What is your name?
My name is Wither.
No, not you.
Oh god, trying to spell the name of this fucking episode on my phone is, Whew!
I forgot. Fucking fuck, man.
I'm doing it, I'm sorry.
Welcome. 1,
What? Fuck.
2, 3, 4,
God.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10,
3, 5,
11,
6, 7.
Vern, you fucking
12.
asshole.
13, 14, 15.
Get out of here. I need GIF. It's gonna be a really crappy one, and I'm sorry about that.
It's okay. Use.
Because I'm literally just like throwing it together. That's a mood, isn't it?
That's my life. Wither.
Okay, we're gonna go with this one. Yeah.
Whatever you need.
Alright. I'm ready. Oh, I have the cameras actually right this time. I totally winged it.
I think I'm
I had to move the cameras now the keeper's back. But I actually moved them
Sorry,
properly.
I ruined everything.
Nah. My life's just a mess anyway. Ah! Sorry. I'm punching my microphone. That's the wrong mouse, Wither.
I just got an advert for Mario.
Nice. On my stream?
No. Oh, let's just want to go shower and I need to pee.
I mean, if you want to do that, I can really quick do the... Or do you want to be here for that to make sure that I actually, like, know what I'm talking about?
Ideally.
Okay, fine.
Not that I don't trust you,
No,
but just to make sure that you don't bullshit.
that
it
you're
and
not
get
just
for
giving me
inspiration.
inspiration for bullshit.
Yeah. This one. I also need to open my sheets again.
Yeah. I can do this. I can be a put together adult.
I can't.
I mean, it's debatable whether or not I was saying it because it's true or if I was trying to convince myself.
Okay, right. I'm gonna go pee.
Woo!
And get myself situated.
All right.
You know
Cool.
that it's gonna be a night when 3 of the books are out.
No! What the I'm fucking nervous now.
You should,
Three.
I was
Oh.
nervous before, but like now I'm like,
you should be.
None of them are the monster manual. Does that put you at ease?
But
I saw Tasha's in there, so
Yeah.
It's potentially worse.
yeah, that potentially could be a lot fucking worse.
And also, my new dice are coming out.
Cool, they're gonna kill us.
Yeah.
Are they gonna roll like absolute shit?
I haven't
I
rolled
hope
them
so.
yet.
Oh boy.
I haven't rolled them yet. So
That's a bold
thing.
move.
I know,
We'll see if
right?
it pays off, Cotton.
Oh shit. First and foremost, how is everyone? Are we all
Why you were gonna
okay?
go pee?
I am, but I'm setting up my dice before I go.
Oh my god, can you like pee and set up your dice while we're doing recap?
Don't use your logic here.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to get it out of my system because I'm playing a character that doesn't have my intelligence or logic, okay?
Oh shit.
Do you have any idea how hard it is to sit there and go, nope, Rattan would not put that together. No fucking way. But Wither's sitting here going, please, someone else figure it out. Because I can't tell you.
I mean, I'm playing a fairly ignorant character as well.
Hey, there's a difference between a 9 intelligence and ignorance. How fucking dare you?
Okay, pick a color.
Your second session back and he's calling me ignorant.
Purple.
No, I called
Th-
myself ignorant.
Purple.
Out of 2. I've got a
Orange.
red set or a gray set. Pick a color.
Gray. Why did both Fern and I just instinctually go gray?
That was the closest to purple.
I don't know if that's right, but sure.
It's not wrong.
It's not wrong.
It's not right either.
Yeah. It's especially not right.
Definitely not wrong though.
Fern did not take
Okay.
color theory.
I will be back momentarily. Be nice to each other.
No.
But
See,
Well,
now
if
she
I
told
have-
us to be nice. We're all just gonna sit here and not talk because
I
if
was
we
gonna
talk,
say, if I have to be nice, I'm probably not gonna say anything.
You're such a dick.
Yet you missed me.
I did. I missed you terribly.
that's why Rax said, yeah, I'm just gonna be quiet the whole time.
Please fucking don't.
What?
Ugh.
You're probably gonna be work mode stuff, so he's just gonna be. I got
Fucking help!
What are you gonna tell them that Rex does? Would. Yeah. You know more about
Help
shit than Rex
me!
We're there for moral support. What more do you
I'm
want?
waiting for one of you guys to like tip over like something fucking valuable in the background while I'm talking and just shatter it and Rattan be like,
does. No, Rex isn't gonna like roam. He's gonna like play with his stuff, and he's gonna probably drop like one of
there's
the
just
mini
gonna be like
potion bottles and
57
like, oh,
platinum on the ground randomly. like, oh fuck, sorry.
shit. Sorry, juggling's off today. My bad.
And then just the sounds of coins scraping off of marble as he picks up each individual coin. It's like the grandma who drops her change at the checkout and picks it up piece by piece.
And then you hear a shh, and then he like starts buffing out like the dents in the floor.
Meanwhile, Rattan contemplates praying for patience. Fuck. Whew.
Okay, sorry.
No, you're good.
I have to go all the way downstairs to use the downstairs toilet, because, yeah.
Reasons.
How dare you have to use the toilet?
I have 3 toilets in this house. So, I mean, take your pick.
Mm.
Yes. Yeah, last session of the year, guys.
I know. Like,
Mhm.
holy shit.
Are you excited?
Nervous.
Ah, it'll be fine.
I am nervously excited.
Yeah,
Excitedly
that's a
nervous.
good way to put it. Nervously excited.
I'm fucking terrified.
Apparently I'm, like,
Great.
the only one that's not nervous.
Oh.
Yeah.
E.
Wait. I did thing.
Ha! First.
Huh?
Make sure I'm on the right freaking account this time, which I'm not. Ah! And now I can't switch because Twitter keeps... Every single time one of you guys retweets something, it covers the button I need to switch my profile. Like, I kept trying to press it and it kept opening your guys' shit, and I was like, fuck. So I'd go back, go to do it again, someone else would pop up.
Logging into Twitter for the first time in 5 years just to mess with Wither.
It would be worth it.
Standard.
Definitely worth it.
Oh, baby girl. If I suddenly die, it's
Nice.
Persephone on top of my tower. Like, my new dice, so I'm not sure how I feel about it because they're half blue and some parts are red. And I don't know how I feel about it.
Oh, yeah?
It's really
Are they,
weird.
like, alternating, or is there really no rhyme or
No,
reason to the
no.
way
So,
that they
well,
work?
so I originally thought because they're Ninja Sex Party dice that they would just be the 6s and the 9s that were red,
Makes sense.
Nope.
but it's not. The D20 is the 20, the 4, the 6, and the 9, and then my D4 is
That makes
all
sense.
red. Yeah, right. My D4 is all red,
Mm.
but my D8 is all blue. And then my like percentile dice is like half and half.
I
It's-
am not gonna
it's really
pretend to
odd.
understand.
Yeah, it's really odd. And my D6 is
I
all,
mean-
all blue as well.
The only one that makes sense to me is the D20.
Well, there is another one. I think it's my D12 that the 6 and the 9 are red. So, like, that's where my theory came from. That's a good start.
I knocked over my wrist rest for my keyboard. It's made of wood, so of course it made a shitload of noise.
Where is she? There she.
Alright.
Ugh, Jesus. Is there anything we need to say for the last stream of the year?
Thank you for
last-
spending a year with us!
Yeah, that. Welcome anyone who's new. Thank you to anyone who's been here. And all the people who watch the VODs as well. We appreciate you just as much as the people who are here live.
Yay.
It's been a year.
I know.
I mean, most of us have been playing together this campaign over a year now.
Yeah.
Yeah, the campaign's old.
So are we.
Older by the day.
Don't remind me.
I'm trying to get comfortable.
I'm really cold, so that's not
I
happening.
am
anytime
too, which is why I
soon.
was getting my heated blanket situated. Which is, you know, going debatably.
And I have a really bad headache that is just refusing to leave me alone.
I'm sorry. Maybe laughter will be the best cure.
Well, you say that, but like it got worse the more lights I put on. So so it's like right behind my eyes as well. So if I look
Oh,
like I'm
those are the
sleeping, I'm
worst.
not. I'm just like trying not to get light in my face. If you hear me snoring, however.
Yeah. Okay, I'm situated, so with your permission.
Are we all set on whether doing the full recap today?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I'm cool passing it over to Keeper at some point.
There really isn't a whole lot
She's
to
like,
pass
please
over.
don't. Please
I mean,
don't.
you could. I'm not saying you couldn't, but there's not a whole lot to pass over. So I don't wanna steal your thunder.
Okay, fine.
For the reference, that does mean that it will be you for the first ever campaign back after the new year, Keeper. I want you to know that.
I'm okay with that.
Okay.
Alright.
It's better than me saying her talking for 30 seconds because I was only in session for.
Isn't that your normal recap?
Oh!
Hey,
Right. It's
I'll
better than
defend
me talking
Keeper.
for 5 seconds.
There is an art to keeping recaps to just
Simple,
the
I know.
main bullet points.
Keeper used to give himself shit for his own recaps.
I know, so now that he's back,
the
we have to
favor.
do it.
I was
Fair.
bringing back the favor.
Fair.
Yeah, no, we weren't like legitimately shitting on him.
Every
It's just-
every time in Discord she brought up recap, I would say stuff and things.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And there was one time where she was like, she goes, it's your turn. He goes, all right, stuff and things happen. She goes, you do not get inspiration. Moving on.
Yeah.
Keeper learned on that day not to taunt the DM.
And yet I
fuck.
still do it.
I mean, we all do. Anyway, so last session was episode 41, which was A Familiar Warmth. We picked up session waking up in Frostfane the morning after the resurrection ritual in the Temple of Arel. Rax was curled up in a blanket next to, well, in the lap of Miryu, who had stayed up the entire night, we found out. Leodir was still in the room, having read 3 books over the course of the night, and was still drinking. And, basically, Rax was told that he needed to eat something, he needed fluids that were not alcoholic, and that all of us should go have breakfast. And we all decided that we would also go and say see you later to our friend Richie and check in with the family and make sure that, I guess, that the ritual had stuck. So after some light conversation, the party headed across the street to get breakfast, Cassian waking Rax up by prestidigitating bacon under his nose. We had a breakfast, I would say it was probably the most tame breakfast we've actually had as a party at the Red Dragon Saloon. And then we headed off to go see Richie and his family. And as we were approaching, I think it was Rax and Rattan who overheard conversation coming through the window. And we were like, well, maybe we shouldn't intrude, but we caught conversation, and it was Richie saying that he was expecting us because a voice on the other end of the sending stone that he didn't recognize had told him that the party would come by in the morning. And we were left to safely infer that was probably Leodir. And we went into the house. Richie was overjoyed to see everybody. Was very excited to tell everyone that his dad had come home. No one was going to burst that bubble. And there was some kind of just idle chatter with this young boy about, you know, magic and hippogriffs and whether or not he could be polymorphed into certain things, and contemplating mortality with the fact that when he became an old man, Daniel would still be alive. Rattan reminded Richie that his sending stone would only work once a day. And he was like, yeah, I know. That's why when I used it, because I got excited. And then there was a voice on the other end that I didn't know. I didn't ask who that was. I'm going to ask next time. And then Rattan also reminded Richie, like, hey, remember how I gave you 2 different colors of coins? You can, like, give that to your mom now. And some teasing back and forth between some members of the party. Questions about what Rattan was going to have served at her wedding, what Rax or Cassian or any of them were going to have at their weddings. And whether or not Richie would be included in that conversation. And a promise to bring things back from Rattan's home for the child. The party said their see you laters and headed out back into the snow to use Rattan's magic letter to transport themselves to the gates of Marinalak, where 2 guards were standing out front, a tiefling female and a human-appearing male with bright purple hair. Vinny and Tallulah, if I remember correctly. I didn't write their names down, but I think I have that. Greeted the party, greeted Rattan, said that she was early, but welcomed her home, and we then proceeded into the city to secure guest passes. Visitors passes, more or less, for the members of the party that are not residents. When they got to the office, they were pretty much waved to the front of the line because of who Rattan is, and they had to give first name, middle name, surname, age, race, hometown, literally everything that you would put on a passport. And also emergency contacts, which the entire freaking party put Rattan. And then they were told to give her an hour or 2 so that she could get a king's seal on them, which would make them all access passes to the city. So while we waited, Rattan asked the party, well, what do you want to do? And all of the bars were basically in this thoroughfare. And after some hemming and hawing and some indecisiveness, they kind of just started going into bars down the line. The first one they went into was, I believe that was Salty Dog was first. Double checking my notes on that.
Yeah, it was.
Okay. Which was packed to the point where there was nowhere to sit. So after, Rattan waved goodbye to the owner, they decided to try their luck somewhere else. And somewhere else ended up being an establishment known as High Tide. And High Tide was very elegant, you know, kind of high class. And as we entered, we encountered the owner, Fabio, who asked if we wanted a private booth, you know, like a private corner. And I believe it was Cassian ordered whatever, like, the top shelf whiskey was. I think it was like, what was it? It was a platinum, I think. It was like a 10 gold bottle of whiskey. And we all proceeded over into a corner anyway and kind of flopped down on the beanbag there. And very quickly, the 3 elven ladies who had been giggling at the bar flocked over to where we were sitting, and 2 of them just whomp right down on either side of Cassian, you know, arm in cleavage on both sides, just stroking and petting at Cassian. The 3rd one not really being sure if she was allowed to touch Rattan, who was the only other evidently single person in the establishment. I air quote that. Rattan basically told her, like, I'm fine, you're fine, you can leave. And there was a rather entertaining bit with Cassian trying to figure out what exactly situation he had been put into and who these ladies were and what he was supposed to do. And eventually he was like, no, I'm not interested. And basically the ladies left and went back up to the bar where they were talking with Fabio, who Rattan waved over and basically said, like, hey, I don't want to, like, piss anybody off. I'll cover what it would have been just so that nobody's hard out. And Fabio's like, oh yeah, sure. I'll just send the bill to your station. Which, after an inside check, Rattan was like, you don't have to do that. We both know you don't have to do that. And claiming that he and his girls had been embarrassed, we did manage to defuse that situation, and Rattan covered it. And we did decide to move on after enjoying our whiskey. We did notice some Clayome boys in the high tide, doing something. I wouldn't really call it anything substantial, you know, taking shots out of titties and just being a hot mess. But, oh, Miri wanted to go over and pretend to be a worker at High Tide to try to get information, but Rattan was like, you know what, let's not fucking do that my first day back, maybe. And we proceeded to another bar, which was Rattan's favorite haunt, known as Jolly Rogers, sorry. Which they came downstairs, they encountered the apparent proprietor, a gentleman behind the bar smoking named Jolly, and also a frog in a terrarium sitting on the bar top, which Rattan referred to as Roger. They also saw an individual sitting in, like, the back, like, shadowed section of the bar who basically looked like, older, kind of creepy pirate. And as they were there, he was playing checkers with a gnome who apparently lost because he sprayed checkers everywhere and stormed out. And the party noticed that there was a familiar face sitting in a booth in the bar. And they were reunited with their friend Cass. And while we were there, we didn't do a ton of catching up with him. As Rattan took him back to the office in the trade district to get him a stamp put on his pass, since he had already secured one, but it was only a general access pass. So they were gone for a substantial amount of time, during which Miryu decided to play checkers against Old Black Eye. Very nearly losing upwards of 10,000 gold in the process. And Rattan and Cass return just in time to hear the sound of an entire checkers table being thrown over, and Old Black Eye being just indignant about losing. But after a little bit more idle talking and promises to fill each other in as soon as we can, some soldiers enter the bar. Rattan did confirm that these were people from her unit. There was some kind of tense situation going on with that, as one of them kept looking at her. But eventually the party left the bar to go see if they could pick up their passes, which when they arrived, Solaris, Rattan's superior, was waiting for them holding each of the letters, handed out the passes, not even needing to ask anybody's name. And, excuse me, said, well, the king's waiting. You're early, but the king's waiting. We should get moving. And gave the party the choice to either walk up the main thoroughfare or walk the docks to get, you know, one last ocean breeze before heading into the inner circle. The party elected the docks, and while walking, there was some interesting banter back and forth between Rattan and Solaris, in which the party found out that maybe Rattan had some liaisons with people that she worked with, maybe. And that one of them might be lurking somewhere, and that the diplomatic guests from the other kingdoms had already arrived and were in town. And I don't think I've missed a hell of a lot.
Nope. The only things you missed was that Cassian checked in with Charlie and found out he was floating.
Oh, that's right. He got stuck. He saw a door, and then that was all that we knew. Like, we didn't actually like, he was fine, but he saw a door.
You had no idea if Sebastian would be all right in the city.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
And other than that, yeah, that's pretty much it. And you told Cass that Daniel got resurrected.
And Cassian revealed to Solaris why Rattan had the ring on her finger, which Rattan was trying not to reveal. And Rattan was like, oh yeah, no, Solaris also knows about my situation. And Cassian was like, oh, well then why are you like... So once again, Rattan's covert ops blown wide by Cassian.
But yes, so we ended last session with you all walking up the length of the docks towards the castle district, the inner ring, in the hopes that you would get to meet with the King of Menelab. You were just nearing the sort of like dock entrance to the inner wall when we stopped session, and from here you're getting this beautiful display of the inner ring itself, which is up on top of like, it's more like a small hill rather than a plateau, but you realize that it's actually perched, now that you're up close, on the edge of the cliffside next to the ocean. And the castle itself is literally on the edge of this cliffside. Sorry, Lewis is blowing his nose really loudly in the background, and I'm not sure if that's coming through Discord.
I don't hear it, but I'm sure it's distracting.
I got really distracted. Yeah, so it's actually sitting up on the edge of this cliffside, and it's made of these beautiful, like, sandy colored bricks. And they're kind of like pinky yellow colored, and just honestly quite beautiful to behold. All of the buildings in this area are made of the same stone, unlike the ones in the city itself, which have the white walls with the wooden supports. And there are dots of lights on in different buildings. Rattan, you would know, like, some are like live-in family, like the live-in service people have their families in this district. You'd also know there's a knight's quarter, a stable. There are odd pockets of civilization within here that are all directly related to service of the castle.
Right.
The dockside gates have a metal bar kind of like drop down in front of them, in front of the arch, so that they are only accessible to the knights who let them through.
Okay.
And it's not necessarily heavily guarded, but there are definitely, like, there's a cluster maybe of 3 or 4 of the standard castle guards on the inside, and then 2 of the pedestrian guards on the outside.
Okay.
Who see you approaching and give the signal for the gate to be opened. Hanging above the gate specifically is the flag of your king. For those of you who do have it, you should have a reference. We'll show you again. And the people who see you coming are happy to see you home, Rattan. You know, you get the general gestures of welcome and the waves and everything. Obviously, they are very reserved in the fact that Solaris is also with you.
Yeah.
You know, so there's like excitement for you there, but also, you know, like Solaris is a big fucking deal.
Professionalism.
Yeah. And you make your way into sort of the main, it's not quite a street, but it's like the first section of like walkable pathway within this wall. And unlike the streets that are all made of cobble and stuff, these are flat, smooth stones that have been made for easy like cart travel and things like that, especially if the king has to go into a cart or getting horses through, that kind of idea. There's the general bustle of like both the mix of common folk life and knights' presence. You're not seeing any colors of the other kings currently. It's all of your city's soldiers or armies or whatever you want to call it. And no one seems to stop you as you're making your way. Obviously, Solaris takes on her posture, straightens up her, well, anything.
Yeah.
Make sure
you
that
all
her...
noticeably see a shift in Rattan's posture as well too. Like it's not like she has bad posture, but it's a noticeable like straightening, shoulders back, head up, like definitely carrying herself with a little bit more pride and respect.
And the first sort of area like you come to is like the actual stables, the stable hands and stuff. So you follow this smooth like road towards the end, which becomes this dubby like mix of like grass and hay and mud and just general horsiness and the smell of, you know, the presence of horses. And you see the stable hands who all give like a little bow to you all as you pass, and you follow up through the middle, now joining on to where the main street would lead up. And as you're turning on, like you're turning left up to it, you're just presented with this view of the castle that stretches up into the coming into like late afternoon evening sky. And just this building before you kind of looks like a fairy tale princess castle sat upon the edge of the cliff face of the ocean. Is there anything anyone would like to say or do while you're walking towards the castle?
Rattan's gonna kind of... Oh, go ahead.
No, I just said don't think so.
Okay. Rattan's gonna kind of... Cassian, did you, You expressed an interest earlier in making sure that there were no outside forces at play. Is that still a thing you want to do? You are muted.
You're muted.
Yeah, I think it would probably be best to at least do as much of a thorough investigation around, I guess, the premises as possible.
Oh, I was referring to, and she looks deliberately at Solaris, but I think you would need her consent.
Yeah.
What exactly are you expecting to find?
This is probably a conversation with, for when the king is all right.
Well, you could tell me now and I could have people look into it while we're meeting with the king, or you can just tell her and see what happens. I'm sure she'd be delighted to hear you think that our forces aren't good enough.
It's not bad. I think there's been some bad intel that has been going around that I have better knowledge about. But if this place is free from any magical eyes I can speak freely to, that would be best.
Well, for your record, the only people who have the ability to use any arcane abilities within these walls are the people specified by the king each morning. So...
That's very good. I like that security system.
Well, it's a great security system, but it's also a secret.
I guess I'm more concerned about anyone like from the outside spying inside.
If you're talking about scrying, that's not possible.
Okay then. I'll feel better. How do we put this? I'm worried that a very powerful caster might be manipulating things behind the scenes and may or may not be trying to bend the magic and permissions around here to allow them an exemption.
I feel like you have a very specific name. Named.
You. We'll look at Rattan. Kind of like, can I say it or not?
I personally don't see why not. I'm also checking something really quick. I'm checking to make sure what I fucking wrote, and I'm opening all the fucking wrong letters right now. And she says, I don't see why not. And then she just kind of gives Solaris kind of like one of those like looks, the individual in a position of standing that I wrote to you about previously.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if you change the first letter of the word moron.
Kathy and I'm aware who you're talking about.
I was really.
Rattan's trying
going-
really hard not to lose her shit.
I was trying really hard on that analogy. Okay, Saran. It was believed that they were a martial class in stature.
Well, that's not entirely incorrect.
It is quite the opposite. Quite a powerful sorcerer.
Duly noted.
So I'm just, I guess more so, where is the ball being held exactly?
Well, we actually go past the entrance to the ballroom on the way to go and see the king in their throne room, so I can show you.
That would be lovely.
After we've spoken to the king, with their
Perfect.
permission.
Of course.
Don't exactly tend to go wandering and sightseeing right around the castle.
Or would that just be called patrolling?
If you were part of the military or the Palakana Kanaka, I would say yes, but you are...
Technically speaking, we have a specific, I guess you could call regiment or group who look after the castle grounds specifically. Then we have pedestrian guards, and we also have the warfront guards. There are 3 different groups specifically tasked with certain sections or duties. And then, of course, you have myself, who's basically head of them all. There are also direct guards for the king herself. We have it covered. We've been doing this for many years.
I don't think he meant the offense. I think he was trying to be cheeky.
I know, but you know how we deal with cheeky people in our army of 10.
Honestly, I thought that was just a very nice explanation of everything. I didn't find that to be cheeky at all.
I was
But,
referring to you being cheeky.
Oh yeah, no, I understand that. I think more like I was thinking out loud that, well, I mean,
Oliver Dean is going to love you.
it was because like, yeah, it would make sense to wander around the castle because it's just like patrolling. Anyway, I get lost in my thoughts sometimes.
You
Yes.
and I both.
I'm just
He also expressed an interest in wanting to check to make sure that you had not been magically manipulated. And she gives Solaris a very amused grin.
There's like there's some kind of smirk that pulls onto her face. And how, pray tell, would you like to check that I am not magically influenced?
I mean, I could cast a spell magic, but that's not gonna really help out anything. I don't have any. I didn't think we were gonna. Anyway,
No, please,
What?
by all means.
You
I can't
expressed
cast-
concern considering that she had been in the other cities.
yes, that's true. The best I would be able to do is using a dispel magic spell. But that's all I can really do.
Will allow it if you feel necessary.
I wouldn't be able to cast in here though.
Not in here, no.
Yeah.
Would you like me to step outside the gate with you?
Sure.
Well, Rattan,
And-
you're in charge.
And I'm not doing this because I don't believe you.
No,
I'm
it's...
trying to be ultra cautious.
I understand. Trust me, I understand.
She really does.
And so she turns with Cassian and walks the full length of Main Street down to the outermost gate of this area, which is probably about a 15 to 20 minute walk from where you were, since you were already proceeding towards the castle, and which leaves Rattan, Rax, and Cass and Miru up at front on their own.
Yeah, Rattan's just sitting there with her arms crossed, watching in the direction that they went,
Hold.
Oh,
Okay, carry on.
just kind of like chuckling to herself and shaking her head.
Rax is
Does
just
anyone
kind of like, oh my god, let's just go.
Hey, he wants to be thorough.
Rattan,
Yeah.
question. What's the appropriate way to address your king for me?
Verbally or?
Yes, verbally. Is it your highness, your majesty?
I
your
went over this with the others.
kingliness? I've never met a king before.
That's fair. That's fair. I expressed this to the others. King Skies would be acceptable, likely. I refer to her as my king, but that is because she is my king. So, if that makes you uncomfortable, you don't have to. But I suppose Your Majesty would also be all right. But King Skies probably to be safe. I wouldn't do anything more casual than that unless given permission.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Is there anything else you would like to discuss in the 40 or so minutes that these two are
She's
gone?
also going to remind them, oh, and again, like Solara said, you don't have to do the bow. I'm going to because it's expected of me, but if you feel like it would make you... If you feel that it would put you in a position where perhaps you are claiming loyalty where you don't want to, you don't have to. Whatever you all are comfortable with.
Okay. Well, I'm
Also,
gonna
again,
go.
reminder, do not call her by her first name.
I don't even know her first name.
Well, I mostly meant it's Ola Kiola from here on.
Oh, you're talking about Solaris.
That was a test, Cass, and you already failed.
I'm just trying to make sure I understand.
Yes! Yes. And to clarify,
Right,
my
carry
king
on.
is not aware of or as far as I know. I've never spoken to her about that. She knows and she points in the direction that Solaris went. But I'm not sure that that would have been something that she would have brought up, and if she did bring it up, it was because she thought that it was necessary knowledge. So, but as far as I know, she doesn't. So let's.
Okay. I will be back.
I love that Rattan's life has literally just become like every time we meet somebody new. No, they do not know. Yes, they do know. This is okay. This is not okay. Wait, does this person know? Know what? Nothing? Nothing? No, they don't know.
So not your kingliness.
As long as you don't refer to her as the Grand Poobah, I think we're okay.
I don't think Cuss would know what that is.
Poobah of the doink.
That's really making me feel old that I know that. I'm waiting for Cassian to come back just completely scarred for
Be right
life.
back.
That was some of my sloppiest handwriting ever.
All of my handwriting is my sloppiest handwriting ever.
Well, that sounds like you. I was showing my notes to my mom on a video call the other day because I was explaining what I got as a Christmas present. I got a new diary, and I was like holding up the pages on the phone to her. And I was like, look, and like it has pages like this. And she was like, oh my god. She's like, is that typed on there? And I was like, no. And she's like, oh my god, your handwriting looks like type font from here. And I was like, ooh, that's a nice compliment.
You fancy.
I'm fancy as fuck. But, you know. I also can't write straight unless I'm writing on an angle, which is weird.
I get that.
Because otherwise my handwriting is like slanted one way.
Yeah.
And it like travels down the page. Some changes camera angle?
Don't know.
I feel like he did.
It looked different for me last week, or last session, but
Well, yeah.
that's explainable. Because I hadn't seen it in
I don't remember
months.
seeing those chairs behind him before.
Maybe because he's normally sitting down and you see less.
Yeah, that is because I
No.
don't pay attention now.
What are you talking shit about?
What?
You.
Oh.
God!
Yeah,
She asked if you
technically, that's
changed your
actually
camera angle.
Slightly. I forget why I did.
Because now you're like not in it.
Well, actually, no, I pushed it a little bit too far.
I was like, I can see his chairs. I've never seen his chairs before.
How
That's
dare you
technically
have
down-
chairs in
dining
your
room.
background?
How dare you? How fucking dare you have anything other than white walls in your background?
Same to you, jerk.
I know, that's why I was motioning to my entire backdrop. The only one here who can't be accused of that is Keeper because he doesn't have a fucking camera.
Not sorry.
Nope. Oh shit, I didn't change this back to the combat rolls. I was like, why is that blank on my screen? That's why. I have like pieces from my desk right now. Like, not like anything like stuck on it, but like the little like wispies. Because I was hot gluing in here last night, which is a bad idea in retrospect, but...
A little bit.
Like, yeah, let's do it right on my frickin' mouse mat. That's a great idea.
God.
I did get a little bit in one corner, but it's not that big. Because it's gonna get trashed anyway. Mouse mats live to get trashed. That was bothering me. I had to move something on my desk. Kind of nervous how long this detect magic is taking.
Right.
Or this dispel magic is taking, like...
Full-fledged discussion about something.
Right, like what the fuck? I wish I were better at reading lips.
I don't even try.
Sometimes I can catch like bits and pieces, but
Yeah.
I'm trying not to.
right, like the problem is like I'm so bad at it that I couldn't. Also low-key hoping that we don't get in trouble for beepers.
Hello.
Hello!
So it's been a bit, and you see Solaris and Cassian coming back up the main street. It's etching on towards probably close enough to dinner at this point.
Okay.
Just with all the walking the dogs and going through and talking and back and forth and all that sort of stuff. But you approach the grand doors of the castle, which stand open at this time of day. Big, thick, like, you know the over-dramatic, heavy, like, way bigger than any kind of creature, human, like, big, massive fucking
There's
fuck-off
no
wooden
fucking
doors.
reason for those doors to be that big.
And then there's, like, the one half has, like, the people-sized door in
Yeah.
it that's just
Yeah.
for general entry. That kind of doors, but the big fuck-off doors are open. And you see immediately into what is the castle, and directly in front of you, just beyond through the doors is a hallway that just goes straight ahead. Tanya would be familiar with the layout of this. It leads straight up towards the cloak check. And then off to each side of the door are two very large, heavy wooden regal staircases, The banisters at which on the bottom have unicorns carved into the top of them. Just because. And look like grand staircases. And Solaris leads you all inside and leads you up the rightmost set of stairs up to the next floor. Which by each of these staircases is a depiction of the flag, either hanging on the wall or standing on like a display on the floor. She then leads you straight through a hallway, and then to the right to a set of double doors, which she opens up into another, what is essentially like a stairway room. Directly in front of you when you come into this room is a big statue of who Rattan would recognize as the king, the current king. And it looks essentially like this beautiful woman is being propelled up by a pillar of water, and is looking down on all of you while also holding a spear or a trident, something like that, in a direction as if it's stabbing downwards. She takes you up another one of the two sets of stairs in here, and up through the hallways past a set of double doors, and you all hear from within the doors the sound of like low chatting and just various like Rattan would definitely recognize the sound of the voices in here, because they're all people that you have either seen or have had command of at one point or another, who have then progressed into the actual castle guard. Because some of the people from the lower section of your warfront can progress either to Kingsguard or higher up in your rankings of your regiment.
Sure.
Depends on what their goals are. They basically start with you when they can get here. But it sounds like polite banter. There sounds of like card games, you know, like people being like, oh, that's cheating, but you got a card up your sleeve, that kind of thing. As you're going past this smaller room, and then you're led to another set of these fuck off double doors. But only the smaller doors are in use. And as you approach this, the door opens. Solaris takes a step to the side. I don't know if you all follow suit.
Yeah, no, I'm
following Rattan, basically.
Yeah, I'm following Rattan's lead.
Yep.
It's just
questionable most days.
Not my house.
Fair.
And what you see coming from beyond these doors initially is a young-looking, pale-skinned, white-haired human male, probably only about 17 or 18, dressed in very fine-looking clothes. Like, we're talking like a deep red colored with golden trim, high collar, buttoned, clasped on their shoulder with a long flowing cape, and kind of like a circlet of design on their head that rests on their forehead with a gold collar with a deep red jewel set in the middle. Very standing with at least an air of elegance to them. No armor or anything, just think like inside normal regal king's clothes. Like with tight-fitting dark-colored pants that go into a pair of very, very shiny, probably new leather boots. Who doesn't really seem to acknowledge anyone other than Solaris, and gives a head bow to her. And then behind them, a face that you all recognize.
Fucking asshole!
Okay, I mean, do I need to explain this individual for you? Yes, a face that you all recognize, when I find a thingy for you. I have a thing for you. But yes, the very tall, human-looking individual, dark hair, sunset golden eyes, slightly tanned, 5'10", surprising you by wearing a sort of like light chain shirt kind of armor. And they have a rapier to their side, and they have a similar cloak to them. You all recognize Stuadhan immediately. With, you know, the marking, the tattoo-like style glowing marking on their forehead, and their arms fully covered, but all adorned with golden jewelry, and just beautiful, even though he's a dickhead. Pride in his appearance, you know? And the hanging earring from the one ear, and he gives a nod to Solaris. And as he's walking past you all, just that glance and that knowing smirk. As he gives a head bow to Rattan, and then to Rex, to Kess.
She still has her mask on. She just inclines her head respectfully.
And then a very, like, up and down at Cassian and a, as they pass you all and continue down the hallway.
Was he like checking me out? It's kind of weird, isn't it?
It wouldn't be the first time today.
Rattan just closes her eyes, and you just hear like an almost pained groan from behind her mask.
Well, congratulations on keeping your wits about you with a king in your presence. Let's see how you do with another one. And Solaris takes a step through the door.
Rattan follows.
Following along.
So
Actually,
soon.
the NPC on auto follow right now.
You all enter into this beautiful throne room, covered in like a mix of golds and blues and silvers, just like all of the colors of the flag. And beyond the main initial beauty of this, you're immediately to your right is sort of like a seating area with a fireplace. It looks like a comfy like sofa zone, so that if it was a more relaxed conversation, it could be had in here. And then sort of slightly further in from there is like a small desk, like a seating area with 4 chairs and a table that looks to be like perhaps maybe for like discussions with pens and paper and note-taking, that kind of thing. So not quite a formal meeting the king thing, but like, you know. And then beyond there at the back of the hall, you see just slightly elevated up after this just impressive display of like beauty in this room, you see a grand regal throne with a backdrop of open windows, essentially just open full view out at the ocean, just spanning as far as it can go to the horizon. On either side of this throne, sort of on the back wall, stand 2 females, both dressed in some kind of... Hold on, let me find reference art while I'm talking about them, because I can't remember where to put it. And the first one is a beautiful female with really pretty bluey green eyes, white hair that's braided and tied up, sort of a little bit scrappy but definitely neat, and basically fully armed, very similar to Rattan. I will show you who you're looking at. Give me a second. And then on the other side, a sort of like copper colored hair female, tan sort of skin, slightly less heavily armored, but definitely there's like pieces of like leather armor beneath all of the frills that they are wearing. They definitely seem like they're putting on more of a... One looks like a knight, whereas the other one looks like an attendee, maybe, but armed relatively well. And both of them have some manner of either sword or rapier on their hip. And then sitting in the throne, with long, sort of pink, wavy hair, pointed ears, very beautiful complexion, dressed in sort of a, I want to say Victorian-esque styled long-sleeved, long red dress with a high collar and an open front that sits along her chest, and sort of like a metal choker with a little white stone in it. You see a very tired-looking individual holding themselves proper, but you can tell that they've been through a meeting recently with a king from another country and their advisor. And they see you all approach and sort their posture, shift themselves. And they're sitting atop this, framed by the ocean behind them. And Solaris gets up and fully, at the base of the stairs, goes down, does the salute, Keeps her head down the entire time.
Rattan almost does in like, it's almost like, I would say it looks like it's practiced like synchronization with how on time it is, but she does the exact same thing.
Rex does the same thing, probably like a half a second behind. Like, oh, now. Okay, got it.
I do a polite head nod.
Cass also just bows his head.
And there's a lingered moment where you can see that the individual on the throne is gathering themselves. All right, you may stand.
Does so.
Welcome home, first and foremost.
It's good to be home.
I'm glad to hear it. Now I believe we have many things to discuss.
Indeed we do.
And the individual on the throne clicks her fingers, and like that, you hear the door, the small door from the big doors, creaking and then closing behind you, and the echo fills this massive chamber. And almost sort of like a breeze rushes through as it does. It's like an ocean breeze, that ruffles all the plant life in here. There's a lot of like decorative plants in this room, just to sort of fill space, mostly than anything.
Yep.
And then like, you know, all the flags of the king are waving in the breeze, and the one behind the throne specifically catches this breeze and buffets. All right, would you prefer a comfortable seat, or would you like to talk formally?
I leave that choice to you, my king.
I'm asking the guests.
I feel like comfy might be appropriate.
As you wish, and there's like a grand gesture as if to look behind you at the sofas in the room. Then there's like a couple of, there's like a 2-seater, a 3-seater, and an armchair. All sort of gathered around a coffee table at a fireplace just further down that you walked past to get up towards the throne. And by all means, take a seat. Would you like some refreshments? I can have some tea brought up.
Yes, I would not turn down a coffee.
Coffee can be arranged. Would you like any cream or milk, sugar?
Black is fine. Thank you.
2, please and thank you.
I'm all set, thank you.
Rattan just waves her hand. I'll be fine.
And Dolaris gives like a head bob. It's like, the usual tea for you then, my king. Alright, well, go take a seat. Don't hesitate on my behalf.
Rattan turns on her heel and starts heading over toward the sitting area.
Cass waits for Rattan to move, then follows.
Rax is doing the same thing, pretty much.
I just say, thank you, and turn to on a comfy seat.
You'll make your way over, and
Rattan waits for everyone else to sit first.
there's plenty of seats. You sit where you like. The 2 females that were on either side of the individual on the throne follow a couple of steps behind her as she comes down and moves over. Did anyone take the armchair?
No.
No.
If it looked comfy as hell, 100%.
They all look comfortable as hell.
Does it have like a footrest? For the
Yeah.
armchair? Oh yeah, I'll take the armchair.
Okay, so you take the armchair. You hear the sound of the heeled shoes that the king is wearing coming up behind you, and then the placing of hands on the back of your chair. I trust everyone's comfortable.
Was it?
Rattan's just like over by the fireplace. She hasn't sat down yet, and she's just kind of like.
Sorry. Am I not supposed to be sitting here?
No, I did say sit wherever you like. By all means.
I'm sorry. I'll move. It looked
Stay,
like
stay, sit. Put your feet up. You've had a long journey.
It's not a veiled threat, Cassian.
I'm sorry.
Cassian, is it?
Yes, that is my name, Cassian Hart.
And she walks to your side and extends a hand to you. King Alverdine Sky, also known as the Kindness King. I promise you I mean no deceit when I speak.
When she extends her hand out, I'll stand up and properly shake. It's rude to for Cassian. It's rude to sit down, shake someone's hand, in anyone's hand, especially a king's hand.
Is he saying this out loud?
No, he just stands up and shakes
Okay.
out.
Oh, I was so hoping.
I greatly appreciate this. I can be a bit awkward. I'm sorry.
No.
You
Stop apologizing.
You have great taste in furniture.
Stop apologizing for being truly who you are, Cassian.
He opens his mouth, is about to say I'm sorry, and closes it, and just sits down.
There we go. And Rattan, if you please, introduce me to the others.
This is Shaprax Keeltar. And she gestures toward Rax.
You get a hand out.
And Miryu.
Wait,
And
hand out like she's going to shake her hands?
Yeah,
or-
shake your
Oh.
hand, yeah.
He'll stand up, shake her hand. Pleasure to meet you.
Chili, are you?
One more time, I didn't hear you.
Chili, are you?
Yeah, and he looks at his hand and kind of recoils as if to be like, oh fuck, didn't realize.
Perhaps you should take seat by the fire.
I think I'll be alright, thank you.
Hmm.
Sit back down.
And then handshake with Miru,
And then
who doesn't stand up.
God damn it. And then this is Kess.
Kess
Pleasure.
will stand up, Kesai, Your Majesty, and shake her hand.
Please, please. Guys. And, you've been here a few days, correct?
I have, yes.
You arrived with a rather interesting individual.
One could say so.
Well, should you see that individual again this evening, please tell them it is an honor to have them in my city.
Will do.
If they require a meeting, let me know. You'll find a way.
Understood.
Well, now that formalities are out of the way, who would like to begin?
But did we get introduced to the two other people?
You did not get introduced to the two other people.
Oh, well, may we ask who, guards, attendants? I don't know the
Friends.
friends, people, humans,
Humans is
like
an
general,
interesting way to put it.
sentient persons.
Adorable. Well, the
Rattan just
white-haired
mouths
one-
the word breathe at Cassian.
I can't see it because you're wearing your mask.
She'll take her mask off and go breathe.
She gestures to the white-haired female and goes, "This is Suki, and this is Teo." And they both give synchronized head nods, almost
Suki.
bows.
Suki and Teo.
Teo, yes.
Yeah.
Would you like me to type their names for you?
That's I'll leave that to your discretion. It's a pleasure to meet both as well.
Well, I almost spelled them right.
They don't give a verbal response.
Actually did spell it.
I missed the I in Teo.
I think I've seen it spelled like that before, and I didn't even know it was. Or I just remembered it for what it was. Anyway, sorry, continue.
That's alright.
Moving on.
Rutan is still standing by the fireplace.
And Alvain does so. She moves to the other side of the fireplace and is presenting forward so that she has her posture open to everyone.
Well, don't everyone jump at once.
Well, when would you like to start? This is town,
City.
city, kingdom.
Not a kingdom. Technically speaking, I only rule over the city and have ties to the others in the various vicinity in the west. Less of a kingdom, more of a place of warmth and comfort. I didn't earn my title by writing it on paper after. You're all so quiet.
It's been a lot.
As your
Some of it
letters have led
we're
to
still
suggest.
processing.
Well, take the time that you need, but, you know, the day is shortening.
I'm aware, and I don't want to take up any more of your time than we need to.
It's about this time, like, a couple of, well-dressed individuals place a couple of platters on the table with teas and coffees and water. And then...
I don't even know where to start.
Oh, I don't know what you've already written back.
Well, unfortunately, some of it is now inaccurate. But... I guess to start, the mission that you sent me on to Muncade was... I guess you could deem that as a success. The cultists that had... I shouldn't even say that. The forces that had infiltrated their mountain were mining Yuhane, as I wrote to you. They were ousted. Things seem to have gone back to whatever passes for normal in Muncade since then.
For what
We
it's
did
worth,
un-
and this is Miru that pipes up. For what it's worth, as someone who used to live there and spent a considerable amount of time there, I can confirm that this is true. Things have, if you can call them normal, gone back to normal. And there's a very sort of like nod of acknowledgement from the king.
We managed to find out where the Yuhane was being... The Yuhane that they did manage to get was being sent, that was sent to Dragonthane. Miriu, as well as another associate of Rax and Kess, did go to Dragonthane to keep an eye on that situation. As far as I'm aware, nothing came of that. And she kind of looks at Miriu for corroboration.
She gets kind of like a... Nothing that we anticipated happened. Whether or not that was just a sheer luck, or by the fact they did whatever they were doing wrong, or the fact that dragons are arrogant assholes, means to be seen.
It sounded like they were attempting to use the Yuhane in some kind of ritual to entice the dragon in that region to fight for them.
See.
But we have no reason to believe that that is the case.
Well, that saves a lot of, terrified soldiers.
Mm-hmm. On the topic of Muncade, I do at some point, I have been, and I agreed, in a manner of payment for the help of the, I suppose you could say, powers that be in that area. For their help, I did agree that we would report to them on our findings in some of the areas that we investigated. So that would be something that at some point I should likely uphold.
Alright, well, if you have business with them, that's business with them.
I just wanted to inform you.
I feel like they're a city where information isn't exactly going to be spread the same way it is in a normal town.
No.
I shall have to set up another meeting in that regards, but that's of no concern to you.
I also feel like I should apologize for any undue stress or messes that I've dropped on you.
I feel like your apology is perhaps maybe premature. Considering we both have to face a ballroom full of people this weekend. For the record, we will only be serving wine that we have personally curated and chosen, so no need to worry about poisoned glasses or whatever.
Alright, that actually does help.
And Solaris gives like a snort of a laugh in the corner.
What?
She gives you roll insight at the look that she gives you.
Oh boy. 18? She gives Solaris, like, it's almost kind of like a grimace of, like, ooh, and a very apologetic look. Considering we don't have the best history with one of the higher standing individuals who's going to be present.
Oh boy. Should I add extra detail?
I don't know.
That's reassuring.
I legitimately don't know.
I would say yes. I would say,
this.
especially anyone that is in tune with magic and neutralizing magic users.
I fear that we don't really have those present all that much in our forces, but there will be people there that are able to, so let's hope that they pick the better cause.
I'm fairly inexperienced in that regard, so I do have things that can make using magic complicated.
Well, let's hope that you pick the better cause then, shall we?
I think sitting here, I think I have so far, so I'm feeling good about
Cassian,
that.
There have been people on these seats who have made very, very bad decisions.
Don't get me wrong, I believe that.
But your will is of your own, and I will never force you to make a decision against your own judgment.
I guess there is a worry of just a particular person, what they may bring or do.
It's funny that none of you still feel like you can speak freely in here.
I'm more leaving room for them to weigh in with their own opinions. I don't want to monopolize conversation simply because of my standing here.
Yeah, Sauron's not a great person. Potentially a lich, or is in cahoots with a lich. And we have no idea what he's planned or what he's willing to be planning.
He also ordered a soldier from Cleom's army to spy on me for a number of weeks.
How are we gonna explain that, by the way, Rattan?
Explain what?
Where's the
fact-
soldier?
What?
I'm still under the assumption that Sauron offed him when he went off leash.
Okay.
Also, there's no need to explain. It's his own. He could have gone off on his own. He had nothing to
Right,
do
that's
with
not
it.
exactly my problem to explain. If Sauron asks me where his lapdog went, I'll just say, he left.
And if he asks for more?
I don't know where he went. I legitimately don't.
But the truth is, he did leave.
Perrin's death had nothing to do with us. We found out after he left, due to Cassian attempting to contact him, that Perrin was very likely not among the living anymore.
So when you say that it had nothing to do with you, you were not aware that he was in any danger when he was outside?
Precisely.
I had no reason to believe that he would be targeted.
Okay, I need Rattan. I'm really sorry because that's
No.
not entirely true.
I know.
I need deception checks, please.
Yeah.
There is a raised eyebrow, but nothing more.
I mean, as far as I knew the person, he kind of just went off with some pirate chicks and then never came back.
Pirate chick.
They're one of the most lovely people and great cellmates.
For reference and setting, we encountered Cassian on one of our jobs in the Cursed Bluff. He had been imprisoned along with several female, I suppose the best way to describe them would be pirates, in a underwater sunken temple that was filled with, I'm not familiar with the correct terminology to refer to the creatures, but they were humanoid fish creatures.
Interesting. And, correct me if I'm wrong, perhaps a few of them had dark hair, one of them has red hair, tend to enjoy sailing and alcohol and other delights.
Cutlass,
Exactly.
whiskey, smoke.
The crew are here
Oh!
and will be
Oh.
attending.
I'm so excited to see them again.
They had no idea what happened to this soldier either, just by the by.
Were
At
they
least from what
aware-
they told Cassian. They said that he quote-unquote went rogue,
Yes, that is exactly what they told me.
and then we attempted to contact Perrin directly and were led to the conclusion that he was already dead.
I see. Well, I'm sure you can ask them questions if you have time on the dance floor. Speaking of which, you can all dance, right?
Traditional style, yes.
Traditional in what means, Cassian? We're talking like waltz?
Ballroom.
Ballroom. Good. Does
Do we all-
anyone need lessons?
I have never danced before.
And Rattan, like, vaguely gestures to, like, Rax and Kess. And, like, just starts to gesture for Miriam and is like,
I'm skilled, Rattan. How dare you?
I didn't want to assume.
I mean, probably good to get an idea.
Each day after lunch, I will have you all set up with a dance coach, and you will learn every day until you attend this ball.
He just gives
Please
a
bring-
thumbs up.
Please bring some practice formal clothes because they can feel completely different when you're dancing.
Can confirm.
If you need a tailor, there is a very, very interesting store in the tourist district. And they will be able to set you.
Good information to know regardless.
Do not be late. I will send them to your lodgings.
Which, speaking of, thank you for securing a place for us to stay.
You're welcome. I wasn't sure how early or if you'd arrive on the day, or... I know you're one for
Yeah.
punctuality, but the others I couldn't speak for.
Honestly, It bothered me not to be able to set a specific date, but things are
Outside
not
the
how I'm used
walls
to them.
are different. Part of the reason I sent you so far away.
Sorry, what was that?
Is part of the reason I sent you
What
so
was?
far
I didn't
away.
hear that part.
That things are different outside the wall.
Ah. As much as I would have hated to admit it previously, there were necessary lessons for me to learn while I've been away.
And there will be many, many more.
I have no doubt of that.
Anyway, back to the topic at hand.
Unfortunately, it seems that I may have potentially sent you some incorrect information. We briefly, and she kind of points or gestures in Solaris's direction, discussed that maybe it wasn't entirely inaccurate, but during the time that... Oh, this is complicated. I'm just going to rewind to how the situation happened to begin with. We were in Duskthane,
Hmm.
and that was where we ran into, well, I mean, Rex, myself, and Kess, some of my other companions at the time. That was where we ran into Saran, who was present at the celebration of Lady Luce's wedding. Apparently they have history with one another. And he was in the company of a dwarven individual, standard ranked soldier from as far as I gathered, by the name of Perrin Boulderskin. And he alluded to wanting Perrin to travel with us to learn from me. Unfortunately, at the time that we were in Duskthane, for unrelated reasons, we had reason to believe that someone was being kept against their will in Duskthane. Turned out that individual was Lady Luce's new husband. We did not know at the time that they were vampires. And we resolved to attempt to, I suppose liberate would be the correct term, the individual under duress. That situation did not go as... I'm not proud with how that situation was handled. But while we were there, and she starts fishing around in her pack, when I wrote to you after that, I said that I had reason to believe that Siath was not safe anymore. And she pulls out the warhorse figurine and the coin and sets them on the table.
Cassian, seeing them, roll me a history. You can have advantage.
Ooh. Take it. 22.
Hooray!
I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
I think he's realizing what we have.
Oh, yeah. He's realizing what I've been carrying around randomly.
We've been carrying a lot of shit. That's
That
just...
we probably shouldn't have.
Nope.
Finders keepers.
Wait, does that make me the king of Seath?
I mean,
Oh, fuck.
you have the
Oh,
coin,
shit.
don't you?
Oh, shit.
And Rattan just realized.
This is now hitting me like 30 episodes later.
Are you okay?
No.
What's hitting you 30 episodes later?
I said, am I the king of Seath?
Maybe. You could parade around like one.
I certainly could. I have it, you don't.
Anyway, carry on.
Huh.
You okay?
I didn't know you had that.
There was a reason I didn't just tell you that I had it when we were just out and about.
Yeah. So.
I feel like that's not exactly the sort of thing that I would have brought up over brunch conversation. Especially not when you kept getting me paranoid thinking that we were being watched.
And Solaris picks up. It's entirely possible that you were.
I don't put it...
It's extremely possible that you were.
I know.
You know,
Which was
it's
part of
actually
it.
impossible for people to watch me like that, regardless of where I am.
We may have to talk about that later. I would be interested in that.
There's absolutely no way you could do it.
That was worth a try.
Well, there is a few ways, but that's a later discussion.
Later.
As you were.
We fled Duskbane, I guess is the best way that you can put it. And this parent individual did come with us, had helped us in the fight that broke out.
I see. That explains the strongly worded letter.
I apologize for that. I do. I tried to write a letter myself and apologize and smooth things over, but it went somewhat well.
Well, provided there isn't an army at our gates, then I suppose it is. But also they are somewhat confined.
And I'd be happy to let you read the correspondence that was sent to me in reply. but from what I understand, as a result of the fight in Duskthane, which very nearly killed most of us, if not all of us. Sorry, Wither just lost her train of thought on that.
Dust thing, coin, fleeing, Perrin.
Right. We had no choice but to flee based on the state that we were in.
And that's not a bad thing. If anything, it's a smart and wise battle decision, so feel not bad for that.
We were transported. Again, Cass, I don't want to speak out of place. I know that
And so someone else is taking over the story from here, and her attention flicks to Cass.
We went back to my home, the Whispering Timberlands.
Mm-hmm.
I am currently on journey for my druidic rite of passage, and I was asked to come home for a test.
Mm-hmm.
After formalities, we had some visitors. One who we believe to be working with Stuadhan, whose name is Nathan. He was a member of my tribe.
Just Nathan?
That's all I know him as.
And there's a gaze flick to Solaris, who gives a nod of acknowledgement, and then she focuses back on you.
He left the tribe before I joined, and we tend not to speak of him. There was yet another fight that ensued, and my tribe is still dealing with the ramifications of this.
For security purposes, we do believe that Nathan is no longer a threat. I believe your words were as good as dead, or wished he was dead? She looks at Cassian.
Yeah, Nathan Williams is not a threat.
Nathan Williams. Thank you. There's another flick to Solaris, who gives another nod. And what makes you think that he's no longer a threat?
My personal resources.
Okay.
I can't really explain much more than that.
Since you are not under order from me, I'll accept.
I try to share what I can.
I appreciate your honesty.
Look back to Gus.
That's really all I have.
I just wanted you to explain so I didn't overstep. We found out the morning after the fight in... Well, I can't actually remember when we found out. Now everything's kind of blurring together, but we found out shortly after the events in Duskthane that Perrin just outright came out and told me that Stuadhan had ordered him to spy on me.
Potentially the worst spy ever set on you.
We discussed that, either the best or the worst.
And you see there's a smirk on Solaris's face.
He wanted to know information. Well, I say he. Stuadhan wanted to know information on troop details, movements, military information. He wanted to know more about me personally. how I fight, where my power comes from, and she touches her holy symbol.
Benefactor?
You know, that's probably the best word for it. Might be. We have reason to believe that it was because that is an unknown variable and they wanted to know if they could take that power for themselves or if it was something that should be dealt with.
Well, I don't, say that they had a bad idea in terms of war on that front. That's what they live for, that's what they do, so getting any and all information they can from the weaker city, and then having potential leverage or advantage is definitely a smart move. How they went about it, however, is idiotic at best.
I still don't understand why he sent a rank-and-file soldier to... That's beside the point.
Perhaps it may have not been under order from their king. An insignificant soldier going missing under a young king's watch is nothing compared to a high-ranking soldier.
That was kind of what we felt, that if something were to happen to him, or should I find out what he was up to and deal with him myself, that he wouldn't have been missed. He wouldn't have drawn attention.
I see.
He was under the impression that because Saran had ordered it, that it was on orders from the king, but he never gave me reason to believe that it had. As far as my memory serves, come directly from the king. I may be misremembering, but I know who his mentor was. It was someone in the city named Yuki, I think it was. He had a very particular set of skills.
You see the white-haired female take a very quick approach to the king, whisper something with a covered hand so none of you can see it, into the king's ear, and then take a few steps back. Yuki is a name on our guest list.
She was apparently responsible for teaching Perrin how to properly use his unique skill set. He had runes on his equipment that would allow him to do various things, increase size among them. But he gave me the impression that very few, and from what I know, very few in Clayum would have been versed enough to help him with that sort of thing.
Yes, they are all morons with sword. Axes, bow, standard of.
He did mention briefly that he thought maybe if he failed in his task that Saran might do something to his family, but he never really pushed the topic, so I don't know how legitimate that threat was, and I can't speak to its validity. He had mentioned to me potentially wanting me to, I don't know, pull some strings to get them out, but as I said, he never really pushed the topic.
Well, that would be difficult considering they have to sign papers stating that they are leaving and giving up their home.
Correct.
Is this something you'd like us to look into?
I don't know. I've always been honest with you.
I should certainly hope so.
I did not have the best relationship or rapport with Perrin while he was with us.
How bad are we talking?
I lost my temper and very nearly took his arm off.
Rax kind of
In-
raises his hand a bit and says, to be fair, he did attack me at the time.
That makes the reaction significantly less punishable.
It definitely wasn't unprovoked.
I would be lying if I said that. I know myself well enough, and I know my capabilities well enough that I should have held back better, and probably
Dwelling on the
didn't.
past isn't going to help, Rutan. What's
know.
done is done.
Before we parted ways, I did persuade Perrin in an attempt to make things more... an attempt for him to give me a reason to trust him. I told him that if he didn't agree with or support what Stuadhan was doing, he needed to renounce him. He needed to renounce the actions that we had uncovered.
Mm-hmm.
Instead, he started scratching up his shield, which had the King's Crest on it. I'm not sure if Stuadhan was privy to that because, again, I don't know if we were being watched. But
Well, that entirely depends on where you were when it happened.
we were in the Phantom Crypt.
I'm not entirely sure I know to where you're referring.
It's...
In fact, I have no idea.
It's several weeks' journey from Mungate.
So, sandy wasteland?
Essentially. It was... from the best that I can describe it, and Rax, Miryu, Cass, you were there as well. Feel free to correct me on any of this. It struck me as what was probably at one point in time a burial crypt, like a mass crypt. We did uncover evidence that suggested it had at one point belonged to Cleom.
Casting on hearing this roll history, please. With
Regular?
advantage.
19?
I thought you were almost not going to
Hey.
tell her that it was a Cleom one. I was like, really?
What did she just say? She's always been honest.
Mm-hmm.
Except, you know, that whole thing where it's like, I didn't know that Perrin was gonna get... I didn't know that Perrin was in danger when he left. That's not entirely true. I just didn't want to...
I mean...
Oh, wait, shit. I just remembered something.
What?
Fuck. I just remembered why that was a lie. Fuck. I get to correct that now.
Continue.
That's interesting as well.
Do tell.
I'm wondering if this is, as you know, there are certain magics that connect it, and doorways are significant. Some, and
I don't, but continue.
depending on how you open a door, it can lead you somewhere different.
Are you talking about the room loop?
Could be. It could be you open a door somewhere in Cleom, and instead of entering, you open it a particular way. Instead of entering a collapsed ruin, you end up maybe where you ended up.
There was an area on the first floor that had this series of rooms where we had to go through specific doors to progress. If we went through the wrong ones, we kept looping back. It was very confusing and frustrating.
So, with that being said, maybe not all the ruins of Tombs of Cleom were destroyed and sealed off after the Necromancer uprising. And there might be more scattered around.
Great.
Just a theory.
And now, Cassie, roll me a wisdom check, please.
Oh, sure.
It pays to be a book smart man.
Regular?
just straight wisdom.
18.
God
That's a good. That's a
damn,
good roll
dude.
for me. I'll take it. I'll take it.
You've been fucking on tonight. God damn.
Some stupid fucking high rolls today.
Hey, I'll fucking take it. Whatever gets us information. And here we thought it was just gonna be us knowledge dumping them. Oh no! Oh no! Why is he panicking? He just said fuck.
Mm-hmm. I mean, realistically, some knows, but like necromancers, lich.
After you see Cassian say those words. Oh. Oh God. Oh man. I guess there's no real great way of saying this, but
Can you're
yeah, there's no great way of saying this. I'm just gonna throw it out there. It is highly likely Cleom and oh God, Zoe, the word just came.
Duskbane.
This is very possible. Cleom and Duskbane have been in an alliance ever since the Necromancer uprising.
I mean, they're not anymore.
Are you sure about that?
She sent me a correspondence claiming that after the fight in Duskthane, Saranra... Actually, let me double check this. I don't remember if it was written or if he showed up. I'm double checking.
If who showed up?
Hang on. Shush, let me think. Yes, okay, so after the events in Duskthane, Saran visited Duskthane again, and apparently very promptly cut their ties with Duskthane under threat of death. That was at least what she had told me. I can't exactly infer the validity of that through a letter, but she was claiming that he threatened that if any of them should come forward with what they knew, he would wipe Duskthane off the map.
Or are they in a tacit alliance, or there's no alliance at all?
From my understanding in this, and she's actually gonna rifle through her bag and find it. It's like all the way at the fucking bottom.
Crumpled up in the corner.
Right.
Next to the
Just
dress.
got like, Yep. Next to the Duskthane dress. Yep.
In the dress.
Right. It's like
Well, no, she
stuffed,
took
like,
the dress out and put it in Rax's closet.
That's right. I did.
So that's the only reason she knows where it is exactly.
It says, now as previously stated, our agreement with Cleom has been since dissolved. Cleom's advisor paid us another visit and stated that he received a rather cheeky letter from his aide, Perrin, who had attended dinner with him that evening. After much discussion, he remained adamant that our professional relationship could not continue and that Cleom will no longer protect Duskthane, our secret, or our lives. He also said that should we say anything about what we had learned, he would deny it, call us traitors to the Western Kings, and have Duskthane permanently removed from the map. Those are her words to me.
May I see this letter?
Sure. She's gonna hand it to him.
Give
Since
it to
I
you in a
have 30
second.
fucking notes, it's under received letters, Lady Luce's reply.
I'm aware of where it is.
Oh, okay.
I put it there.
I'm just. I know that I have like 40 fucking letters in there, so.
Yeah, well, it's not gonna be there anymore.
Nope. Not mine now.
I mean, you'll still have access to it.
I know.
But yeah.
Also, I just remembered something that when you asked me if I had any reason to believe that Perrin was in danger when he left us, I don't know why it didn't come to me at the time when you asked me initially, but now that everything is circulating, I guess, memory has come to me. Yuki had written Perrin a letter saying that Saran was very displeased with the fact that Perrin hadn't been sending any information about me, and that he was threatening to send someone to fetch him.
So you were aware that perhaps the lifer was in danger and you let him go on his own?
Yes.
All right. Noted.
As I said, I am not proud of myself for much of what happened.
That was like the day after he attacked me, right?
Yes. He left the day after he attacked me. So yes, I was aware.
Well, as I
Except
said,
whatever punishment or consequence there is because of that.
dwelling on the past does not help us right now.
But while we were in the Phantom Crypt, we did find what we believe to have been a teleportation circle that had both Nathan and Saran's names on it.
Useful information.
There was another name on it, but it seemed to have been scorched out.
There were
Two
other
names were scorched
circles.
out.
I couldn't read. They were destroyed.
Which either means one or the other ends were destroyed, or the individual who created them ceased to exist.
That's what our best guess was.
Speaking of, there was a woman inside a mirror in the lower levels. Now that we have made Cassian's acquaintance since then, we believe this woman's name to be Gabriella. Or the Lady of Mirrors. I will state that simply opening the doors to her room apparently made time skip forward 2 weeks for us.
I see.
Was that then, or was that when we were running out?
That was then. I'm relatively that's the only thing that it could have been. There were hourglasses in that room.
Well, I mean, those spells that were, that whoever was under as we were running away, right?
My spell and Crystal's spell ended, yes.
Well, I don't know the extent of her magic, but it could be either. That's all I'm.
But we do believe this Gabriella to be a lich.
Max takes the bag off and puts it kind of.
And we are potentially in possession of her phylactery.
Huh. Well, I would suggest seeking someone who knows what to do with that.
That's kind of what we've been doing since we found out 3 days ago, that it was a phylactery.
That was like a week ago.
Also,
Was it? Everything's blurring together.
my question here is, why do you think taking that to the city where Saran is present is a good idea?
I don't know where else I would put it. He's looking at Rattan as he says that.
You don't have a safe house or a place you all convene or somewhere you hide things? Oy vey. You've been on the road for almost a year and you haven't settled anywhere.
No. It's been a lot of traveling.
Well, my advice to you after you leave is find a home away from home.
It was on the list of probable things soon after.
With all due respect, my home is here.
That's why I said home away from home. Unless, of course, you're intending to continue your path towards, and she gestures to the throne behind her. Not that I'm intending to pass anytime soon or find a suitor. And Solaris is far too clever to get herself killed. Sometimes a little bit too clever. And there's my king.
I think we both know that has never been a deliberate ambition of mine. You're all being very quiet and it's making this very awkward.
Sorry. Lost in thought.
I don't know what else we need to cover.
How about the fact that in the Phantom Crypt we encountered a ghost, a spirit of hold the fuck on while I pull out my previous notes.
Hold the fuck on is an interesting name.
No.
Those of you who were there, if you get it before Wither, there's prizes on the board.
Zebis?
There.
Zenbis?
You're on the right lines.
Zebis Thornbrig.
There you go.
We encountered the spirit of champion Zebis Thornbrig, who was the champion
70 years ago.
71, according to him.
Rex kind of puts his head in his hands. He's like, oh, yeah.
Who confirmed that the spirits there were being offered to, or given to was the word that he used. They were given to the he gives them to the mirror. He gives them to the Lady of Mirrors, who is powerful, manipulative, and dangerous. He told us that Saran has likely made a deal with her, which Cassian confirmed that this Gabrielle and Saran are always working together, which only, in my mind, cemented our suspicion that she would be the Lady of Mirrors. We found several other champions and their regiments entombed there. We also found an entire, for lack of better phrasing, pantry cupboard lined with skulls that were all wearing crowns, if I remember correctly.
Mm-hmm.
But we also found a room that had several empty platforms, as if they would eventually hold a sarcophagus. the Violet Tongue's name was written on that platform in Celestial.
All right, well,
So we have reason to believe that Stuadhan has been sacrificing the champions of Cleome to the Lady of Mirrors for some kind of deal.
there's another flick gaze over to Solaris who gives like a very slow nod again.
We also have it confirmed by this spirit with whom I spoke directly. Stuadhan has been using a cult known as the Talentar as a front for his efforts. The
See.
Talentar were the individuals that we encountered underneath Muncade, but basically using them as a ruse.
Cassian, roll me a wisdom check, please.
You got it. That's what I'm good for. Not on that
Never
one.
mind.
But, wait, whoa.
He hasn't.
I'm gonna use a chronal shift.
Oh!
I never use them, so I might
If
as
it
well.
works in
Okay, yeah, that's the question. Can you pop it for me though?
Yeah.
Because it might not work. Curious.
It's one of those like pseudo things.
Oh god.
Does Chronal Shift work in anti-magic fields?
I mean,
It's not a spell.
It
but
does
it
say
No,
says
that.
you
that's-
can magically
But it's
exert.
magic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Double checking something. Roll me, okay, pick a quarter and roll me a d100.
Alright.
So pick a quarter of the dice and roll me a d100.
It's 26 to 50.
Okay. Nope, it did not work.
Oh.
So,
You
never
can
mind.
Alright, so that does it get wasted or does it get wasted since it can't actually work?
I'll say that you attempt, because it's an attempt to use it, it's worked slightly differently than actually casting a spell, so the use of it has been expended. But it didn't work.
So it's like casting a spell and then it getting counterspelled.
Yep.
Basically.
Kind of.
Well,
But
if I can't magically exert the control, then then I'm not actually using it.
That is fair.
Yeah, we'll cross that bridge when we come out. Say no.
Okay.
And I will delve into the depths of the internet.
Yes.
But no, not for now. Just it has not been used. But anyway, never mind. Carry on with her.
I didn't know if he was going to use a sin spell or not. Instead, but
I don't have inspiration.
oh, I thought you did.
No,
Oh,
I didn't get
no,
any
I
last
thought you did.
session.
Okay. And then she says, we were also told by Zebus that in no uncertain terms, the word used was a descendant of the Latimir family. Was the one asking him questions. He was not compelled to obey in any terms when I asked him, and he did say that he wouldn't tell Stuadhan that we had spoken to him. But he did also say that Stuadhan and the Violet Tongue were working together to overthrow the Offense King. Because the Latimir family apparently believes that they're entitled to the throne.
I see. Took you a very long time to get to a crucial point of information.
I apologize. Everything is kind of jumbled around right now, and it's very hard for me to pinpoint a specific line of thinking right now unless I get everything flowing. But obviously I was not comfortable disclosing this in a letter because I didn't. And that's also why it took me so long to respond to your letter, because I lost 2 weeks.
I see.
But this spirit of Zebes did also direct us to where the phylactery was. And told us to destroy it. But we don't know how. We don't possess the means to find out how yet.
See.
Apparently, Cassian has a spell scroll that has a spell that should eventually let him know how to destroy, but I guess it's beyond his current... Help me, please. I don't understand magic.
I can't quite cast the magic of the level that's needed yet. It's in the 5th circle of Arcane. I have the spell copied and ready to use when I am able to break through that limit.
I see. Well, I pray that you get there soon.
Yeah, I do as well.
We also encountered the crypt of William Moore, who I was not aware was dead. And Perrin didn't even know that he was dead, which, again, take that with whatever grain of salt you like.
Mm-hmm.
As well as the decomposing corpses of his companions.
All of them?
There was a... That was a long time ago, and
Is that the one with
my
the
memories...
two Dragonborn sorcerer ones?
No, that was
No.
Zebes. This was the one who had a female elven ranger, a male Aasimar bard, a Kenku rogue, and a Goliath male warlock. Something was missing from one of them, wasn't it?
Yep.
Someone's spellbook was missing.
You assumed it was a spell book.
Right. There was a book missing from one of them. I believe it was the warlock's book.
Oh, well,
Noises would help if you articulated right.
To my understanding,
Or sorry, she would call you Shadow.
to my understanding, being also, you said warlock, right?
Yes.
Yeah, if he has the same gift as I do, I think it disappears upon death.
But there was dust, like a space, as if it had been resting there.
I mean, it would... I think it does just kind of turn to dust, maybe?
It's outside my area of expertise.
I don't remember if I had to get a new one. Sorry, I'm just thinking out loud. He's just kind of like scratching his head trying to think.
Take the time you need.
Zebes said that Saran was asking him questions about history, previous kings, wars, secrets of the champions, comings and goings. There were also books in the Phantom Crypt that should not have been outside Clayham's library. If I remember correctly, there was actually the history of every single king, except the current king's was missing.
Is that in the library?
It was in the room with, I guess it was a library. It was in the room prior to the phylactery.
It was in the library, which was before the room that had a bunch of wands, right?
Right. It was the literal history of Cleome. It was the actual timeline of its. Which was hidden in a sarcophagus in a room that had a painting of Frederick Grosmock. And his wife.
So they were buried there.
Which had there was a skeletal minotaur?
Did you see the bodies of the previous king and queen?
No.
But you did see a skeletal minotaur.
Yes, I felt it as it was hitting me. With a very large axe.
No need for your sarcasm.
My apologies. Yeah, there was a room lined with walls of wands, and then there was the room with the phylactery.
Yeah. So, books and wands is like a very ritualistic thing. You know, for just a person
There were
or
also
creature.
rampant undead in this crypt.
I mean, that doesn't surprise me, all things considered.
All things considered, yes, but lots of undead. And also something that was... It looked like a coffin, but it was sticky, and then it turned into a black prehensile tongue kind of thing. And adhesed itself to me. That was horrifying.
Oh yeah. I don't know, away from that as soon as possible.
Sounds like you've had a time.
It's certainly been a journey, my king.
I see. Is there anything else before I ask some questions?
After you guys are done with that, I mean, I personally don't know much because I was.
Well, actually,
No.
most of my questions are for you, Cassian.
Oh well, I will try to answer to the best of my abilities. As far as regards with their travels and whatnot, I only know as much as
Feel the need to be upfront in case it causes any further issues. When I wrote to you inquiring about resurrection magic, in particular, that was because the individual that we tried to liberate from Duskbane was turned and perished during that fight. but I had made a promise that I would bring him home to his family. And so for some time, we were endeavoring to find the means to carry out this resurrection.
I see.
That included undertaking jobs at the Cursed Bluff, which also a bit of double dipping that we had reason to suspect that that was also potentially involved in all of this. It had been marked on a map that we received from dealing with one of the cultists.
Which
And
I assume you will be leaving in my possession.
Everything that I have that will be of information to you, I will be leaving with you, of course. Rax, if you wouldn't mind letting her see the book.
He's already
either.
fishing it out of his bag.
Thank you.
Any and all physical information can be left for me to read this evening.
Of course.
Right next to
Provided I
the
can read.
bag of holding with the phylactery, he puts the
I don't
bloodstained book.
know if I'm comfortable leaving a phylactery with the king, but
I've been carrying this for a couple weeks, and
I mean this with all due respect, Rax. You are not responsible for the safety of an entire city.
no, I'm saying, I've been holding it now. What's any longer? I mean, what would have happened probably would have at this point.
Getting back to my point, there's no easy way to say it, so I'm just going to say it. We looted the Phantom Crypt.
That may have been one of your biggest mistakes.
I'm aware.
Oh, I am very surprised there isn't a very angry god or a curse on you currently.
No, the curse was in the form of an axe that Perrin picked up, hence me almost taking off his arm.
And a god's wrath?
Not yet.
I'm sorry, what?
Oh.
Not from that.
Sorry, Rax.
Yeah.
That was insensitive.
It's the resurrection. We did end up performing it. Was it last night?
Yeah.
Yeah. We did, and it was up in Frostbane at the temple there, and
Oh, that is very, 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 very bad.
yeah, hence the and he points at his hand, the cold apologies again.
You're lucky to be alive.
Yeah. Judging how the one who performed the ritual ended up, yeah.
I suggest, perhaps, I don't know if you believe in any of the gods, but perhaps you might wish to visit one of the prayer sites in the tourist district and remove any conflict within your own heart.
Very good advice, thank you. I will definitely do that.
And should one choose to listen, perhaps they might offer some advice. Or maybe the one that you're inflicted with may actually offer you something.
It was Arel.
I'm very well aware of who it was.
My apology.
I may not worship personally, but I have an understanding of the gods. Well, I pray hope that you come to a personal decision, Shep.
Definitely need to figure out how to rid myself of this, but that'll be my, battle.
depending on the word choice you use, it may end up being one. In your subconscious. So make sure somebody knows where you are before you go.
Preferably let me know so I can stay close to you.
He just kind of like quickly nods.
Mirio flicks you a glare, Rutan.
Ideally, I'd have you both with me.
I'm not trying to overstep, Mirio. I'm just trying to offer what support I can, considering apparently I exude some kind of helpful presence now. But if you'd rather I don't, I will respect whatever decision the two of you come to.
Regardless, and this is the king that pipes up again. Like I said, I have some questions. If you wouldn't mind. Cassian, you knew the name of Nathan, and you seem to be reacting to information of Saran. What do you know?
I know they're both developed magic users. I know that they are not the best people in the world.
Those are few and far between. Good people, I mean.
Not enough in the world. But as a fellow studier of the arcane, I am familiar with others that study arcane as well.
Okay, and is there anything pressing that I should know? Perhaps so I can warn the numerous people I'm going to put on guard detail, thanks to you suggesting I do so.
Saran is a powerful sorcerer. I believe his magic has to do with time as well.
I see.
So,
What did you call him? Clockwork Soul?
a clockwork soul.
Excuse me.
He has a compatriot is usually with him. From what I've known, it's Gabriella, but
The one who is in the mirror.
yes, I do not know the extent of their power, if they're able to go to any mirror, or if they're just stuck in that one particularly, or if that mirror is a pocket plane where she resides. I don't know her. I don't know how she can move. If she's just there or can be anywhere.
Mhm.
But is there any specific questions?
Well, any pressing concerns is all we really need to know. Other than that, I don't mean to delve into your personal life.
Just with the information that I have and that I know of with Saran, he has a thirst for power and mastery over some time magic. So, as small as that is, it's also more and better information than what was previously known. He was supposedly a fighter, or some kind of just strictly martial
didn't have
person.
the exact detail.
Yeah. But the spy had said was that they swore
I
that he was.
specifically asked Perrin if he was a magic user, and he shook his head and said no.
So, other than that, I do not know. I would say it's fair to say that is going to be a two-on-one scenario here, with the likes of Siath's king being unknown, pointing to the coin on the table.
I have firm belief that the king who is in my city is the rightful king. You will understand when you meet them.
Good.
I trust you.
Then I hope that
Perhaps you could return his coin. I'm sure he
I
would be
very much
grateful.
intend to. I have no designs on. Sorry, I'm nervous.
sure he will appreciate having his key to his
Perhaps
underground
quietly,
tunnels
I
back.
don't want to make a spectacle of returning power to someone who... That would do more harm than good, making a public display of giving him what he should have had all along.
Wait, Cassian, what'd you say?
I was saying I'm sure the king would like to have his key to his underground tunnels back.
Wait, what?
Huh.
It is well, that is also symbol. It is their key to escape routes underneath their castle.
Oh, that's... Now I know why they had it. Now I know why they had that.
Be very easy to get in and out unseen
Well,
and
and
yeah,
that's probably what they wanted.
indeed.
I wonder if then the original plan was to send the Duskthane troops through the sewers.
Did they know they even had it?
It was on a war table in a private study. That one had been knocked under, yes. But there was a war table. It very specifically represented one of the last battles of the war in which Frederick was assassinated.
Did they know they even had it?
I cannot confirm that with certainty. No. I didn't even know what it was until one of our contacts in Muncade asked to see it and took it apart.
Then that suggests they didn't know.
I think you cut out on that.
That suggests that they didn't know what they had. If you're gonna hide something, hide it in plain sight.
Fair enough.
Regardless, Solaris now has a lot of work, and I have a lot of reading, actually.
Rattan's like smoothing out one of the crinkled letters on the table, like sheepishly, like, sorry.
I will humbly ask if you may permit me to have the abilities of my spells while I'm here.
As of tomorrow, you will.
I appreciate that. I can do some research and do some other things to set up more security than what you already have here. If you would like.
And what is it you think that we lack, Cassian?
You know, I don't know what I don't know.
Well, before the event, you can come to me with ideas, and I will tell you whether or not we see it fit or need it. How does that sound?
Sounds perfectly fair.
That, or I'll just come and see you in your home.
Whichever you prefer. I will make myself available as such.
I'll have word sent if I'm traveling to you.
Thank you.
Appreciate that.
No, if there's nothing else, I believe dinner is being served.
Rattan, like, very deliberately, like, full bow, like, the informal, so, like, full bow, hand over her heart, head down, looking at the floor. Once again, I apologize for any missteps or mistakes that I have made. And I accept full responsibility for them.
everyone who is looking at the king can
Mm.
see that she looks like she's going to start laughing. Solaris has a big shit-eating grin on her face as well, but they both catch each other's eyes and then center themselves. Rattan, you may stand.
She does so.
Sorry, kitten. Well, go get some dinner or something. Oh, Solaris will get your key situated.
Thank you.
Be well.
Thank
I
you.
hear there's a karaoke night somewhere. Do as you please.
I would prefer somewhere a little more quiet.
Good luck. It is a festival. There's only get busier at night.
Thank you for meeting with us. Well, thank you for everything.
But gold for everyone who said that.
Thank you.
That's another one.
He never specified for everything.
Alrighty.
Solaris gives the bow, and she turns to lead you out the room.
Rattan gives the bow as well and turns to follow Solaris.
Hess will stand up and nod to the king and follow Rattan out.
Rex will stand up, start following, and bow slightly and say, "Thank you for your time," and continue on his way out.
Mirio turns around and she gives a wave as she's walking.
You know, she was eating with silverware. I will take what I can get.
She also doesn't necessarily care for formalities.
Mm-mm.
But yes, you all leave, you head down into the streets again, you walk down. Solaris leads you down the main street. And out of what Cassian has seen, and Rattan knows, the main street gates of the inner circle is a set of 2. So you go through one into like a middle area, which would essentially be like, whatchamacall them, that you pay the money to get through on the road.
Bull?
Toll, thank you. I knew my brain was just like, there's a word here. It would essentially be one of those, whether you're muted, by the way. And then
I fucking said it.
So there's a single gate, then a middle section, and then another gate, and like they open, like one closes, the other gets open, that kind of deal. And you're in the residential district from that gate, and we will take a break here
Yay.
because I'm
I
sure
have to
everyone
pee.
needs to pee,
I have to
and I
pee
know
so
it's
bad.
later than usual, but it's just like it was
I
that,
know.
and I didn't want to interrupt it.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So take like 10 minutes, go
Okay.
stretch, go get some water, get some popcorn, do what you need to do.
Woo.
Woohoo!
Alright, we'll be right back.
You have a new DM. There she is. It's your new DM. Are you gonna be the DM now?
Does that mean you're gonna be a player?
I fucking wish. Are you gonna be the DM? Are you gonna tell him what to do? There you go. You tell him. You tell them. No,
May the new DM be merciful.
I think she is. Are you a merciful DM? Are you? Are you a merciful DM? Are you? Are you? Oh, I'm sorry. Was I petting you? I'm sorry.
No touchy.
Bitch.
No touchy.
It was more of a wait. No mercy. Come on.
Okay, go on to your chair.
You guys like my comically large bowl for ramen?
Yes.
Holy
yes, I do.
shit.
It's not full. It's just this is the bigger bowl that I have because normally it wouldn't fit in the ones that I have.
I have actual ramen bowls that I usually put my popcorn in, but let me tell you about the experience I just had. I went downstairs, the heating is off, it's ice cold, so I turned the heating on. And I set up the kettle and boil the kettle and do all that sort of stuff. And I'm like, I'm gonna make some popcorn. So I go to the bathroom, and what the shit, Persephone? And then go to make my popcorn. Open up the microwave, and it turns out the microwave is absolutely fucking disgustingly filthy. So I clean the microwave, and I get it all ready to make my popcorn, and then find out that I have no popcorn.
Oh. But you have a clean microwave.
Well, yeah,
I'm trying to find the silver lining here. Come on.
I do.
I have
I
one
do.
bag left. I would send it through the
Right?
DM if I could. Who DMs?
I want popcorn. Children, what the fuck? Are you okay? Would you like me to open that box for you, or are you gonna be alright? They're gonna go for the next half hour. When you are ready. -1, okay, we're not ready. Everyone go take another 5.
No. I don't want to.
Well, someone isn't ready, so you're gonna have to. Yeah, so you're led out of the gates from the innermost circle, and down into the residential district, which is significantly quieter than the... Oh no, sorry, you're in the barracks first. You're in the barracks, then the residential district. So yeah, you're in the barracks, which is again significantly quieter than the actual outermost ring. However,
Oh no. Oh fuck. We're in the fucking barracks. I hate my life.
this does mean that a lot of people are recognizing both Solaris and Rattan. Sorry, my cat just climbed the back of the chair over there. Yeah, you're marching your way through,
And has
and
her mask back on.
as you are, you hear a lot of people, greeting you and just generally being respectful of your presence, especially since Solaris is there.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a couple of faces in the crowd, Rattan, that you recognize, who are currently holding their distance because of the presence you are with. Specifically 2 blonde-haired individuals. One who seems more excited than the other to see you, and is basically bouncing in place. And another one who looks to be regarding your presence with a warm welcome and a familiar face, but not making a big deal of it.
Right.
Um,
Not being a fucking weirdo.
not being a fucking weirdo, no. But you can see, The more you walk past, you catch the eye of this blonde-haired, very handsome, bearded human, dressed in sort of what you would know as dressed down. They're not wearing their armor. They're in their daily soldier attire for off duty, which is basically the equivalent of like a loose-fitting, dark-colored shirt with a lapel pin of the regiment, dark-fitting leather pants, and a pair of boots. They do have a short sword strapped to their belt, but that's just for their own preference more than anything, because all of the soldiers are licensed to carry even while off duty. And then another slightly further down this gathering crowd of people is a rather excitable looking elven blonde-haired gentleman. Dressed much in such the same way as the other one, but a little scruffier looking, a little less impressive lapel pin, who seems absolutely overjoyed that Rattan is even glancing in their direction. Does the very like childish, like, you know, very excited waving and like literally bouncing on their toes, and then you can see them like muttering to a couple of the other soldiers that are standing either side, both of whom are in armor, and both of them give like a very like obvious roll of the eyes, and they don't necessarily approach either of you or any of you, but they're very aware of Rattan's presence, as is everyone else, but those two specifically. And you continue through past the stable yard, past where your living quarters are. You know the trainings are on the route as well. You're just basically going through this basic. It's essentially like a soldier camp, for lack of a better description. And then
dormitories.
Yeah, kind of. And then onto the next set of gates, which then leads you out into the residential district. And the closer you're getting to the first ring, the louder that the street noise is getting, and the bustle. Even though it is coming to, like, you know, by this point it's like late evening. By the time you're getting to the second, well, technically it's the second ring in, but the third ring out. So it's like, you know, you're getting to the tail end of like 6-7 o'clock at night at this point. And it's still busy, like busy enough to be heard from this far away. The residential district itself is quiet. A lot of the families Rattan would know are in for dinner in their own homes, so there's not really that many people going about in this circle. But as much and such, this very similar design to what you'd seen in the outer ring with the white walls and the wooden supports. Much nicer buildings, definitely more refurbished, definitely well cared for, but that's just because there's less public foot traffic, that kind of idea. So it's definitely like it's easier to do like small repairs in this district than it is to just let buildings be buildings. And a lot of the ones Rattan you would know on the outer ring are also like historical, so they tend not to fix them up. It's part of the natural beauty of the city, whereas the ones on the inside get developed as needed. And it's as you're walking through this residential district that Solaris takes one of the pouches that has been on her belt this entire time and chucks it towards you, Rattan. And what you feel as you catch it is a cluster of keys, perhaps, inside the bag. You open it and there's a set of 4 keys, identical.
Right. I need those.
Unfortunately, you do have a house on the outer ring, but it should be more than.
I don't know what makes you think that it wouldn't be.
The noise, the people.
Yeah, not necessarily my first preference, but...
Hence why I said what I said.
I'd take the noise over other things right now, so...
You know they'll come and find you, right? Now that they know you're home.
They're gonna find out where I'm staying.
Probably. I won't tell them.
Thank you.
Today. I won't tell them.
Scale of 1 to 10, how much trouble am I in?
4.
Both higher and lower than I expected.
I said 4, not 4.
Oh.
Sorry, I didn't realize my accent from home was that strong you didn't understand
Well,
me anymore.
You realize that when you say 4 and 4, your accent doesn't change them any other way.
I'm aware.
You got me again.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. I don't know. Everything?
She didn't seem displeased. You gave me more work, but that's to be expected.
Yeah, I didn't... That wasn't the motivation.
If I had taken you to see the king, not anticipating more work from you, there would be something wrong with me. Your house is on the far end, away from the dock, so hopefully it will be a little bit quieter.
Thank you.
How that will be with the rowdiness of the pubs, I cannot guarantee. I mean, you're out towards, some of the nicer, quieter, booze and stews, licky bucket.
Okay. I think I know where you mean.
Mm-hmm. You'll know it. It has it has a flag on the front door. I suggest taking it down quickly.
Yeah, that'll be the first thing I do.
Mm-hmm. Well, I shall leave you to your evening. I don't suppose you need me to escort you anywhere.
I mean, I wouldn't turn down the company, but she kind of motions to the rest of the group.
She almost looks like she's offended for them when you say that.
Also, sorry about the... in there... I know better.
You do know better.
A quick question before we depart.
Questions I like.
What time should I head over in the morning so I'm able to do the meeting?
You want to do that tomorrow?
I believe that's what was said.
It was just sometime before the ball. You've got a couple of days. He's very efficient.
Evidently.
I try to be.
I will speak to the king and see what they say. And have someone send word for you.
Sorry, I thought that was like a tomorrow thing, and
no problems. I mean, she'll probably be thankful for the efficiency, whether or not she actually sleeps tonight with all the research she's going to do.
I understand her on that level. All
Any
my
learner.
research is the thing.
Well, perhaps you'll find her in the library.
You have
Yes.
access to it now, yes.
Yes. I've been asking for a library.
I will... Well, you had to get your pass first, and then there was that. If you want, I will give you directions after we eat, because I'm starving.
I will take you up on that, because I'm going to do some research as well.
You do that, and express my... for the lack of sleep.
You're,
I'm apologizing too much again, aren't I?
Yep.
I feel like I've been doing that a lot lately.
Yep. No, you You don't need to tell me how to do your job, though, right?
What?
You don't need me to tell you how to do your job, though, right?
Is this a trick question?
Yes.
I mean, technically, I do need you to tell me how to do my job because
Are
you're...
you getting smart with me?
No, ma'am.
Hmm. That's what I thought.
No, ma'am, I do not need you to tell me how to do my job.
Hmm. That's what I thought. No!
Oh, what's this about a, I'm gonna regret asking. What was that she said about a, karaoke night? Is that...
Are you actually going to the karaoke night?
With proper persuasion,
Sirens.
potentially?
Sirens.
Okay. What? You...
Quite near to where you're staying, actually, so I mean...
Well, at least it's not far to stumble
Drag them
from.
home?
Although maybe I should lock myself inside for the first night back, so maybe I can be left alone.
Oh, diddums.
What?
Hiding from your problems?
No, that never really was my thing.
Well, that's not entirely true. There's a certain place up a certain set of stairs on top of a certain building.
Her eye twitches.
Oh, do tell, what is this place?
None of your
I am
business.
sworn to secrecy.
Oh, it seems like it would have such a great view, though.
She
It
turns
does.
and narrows her eyes at you.
I mean, legitimately, it sounds like it would have a great view.
It does.
I'm not asking what you did there. I'm just asking where it is.
Whoa! What do you think I... You know what? Don't answer that question.
You know, it's probably better you tell him what you didn't do up there.
I just assumed she like kissed somebody. I'm not thinking she did anything.
Up there?
crazy.
No, never.
Okay then. So then, why?
What?
Yeah, I'm very confused. Is it like a very personal thing, or is it not a place that's a good view, or is there like something that's going on here? I'm kind of lost.
It's where I went when I wanted to be left alone.
I don't see why that's a bad thing.
It's not.
So I guess that's kind of why I'm confused.
It was private for a reason.
Gotcha. Well,
And I'm
I,
not showing you where it is.
I won't ask then.
I'd be happy to tell you more when we are inside. Polaris,
Mm.
it's good to see you again.
I know. It's good to see you too. Are you running drills tomorrow morning?
Do you want me to run drills tomorrow morning?
Would you like to run drills tomorrow morning? I'm sure everyone would be delighted at your presence.
Are you asking me to report for drills in the morning, ma'am?
Do whatever you see fit. If you'd
I'll
like to
think
take
about it.
tomorrow as a holiday day, you're more than welcome to.
I'll think about it. Just gonna turn and start heading toward the direction of where the house is.
Have a good evening.
You too. And she heads back towards the whatchamacallit, barrack.
Once she's... And Rattan would know. Once she's out of earshot, which is like way the fuck.
Yeah, like way the fuck through the two grate.
Yes. Yes.
So by the time you're at the house, basically, provided she's not tailing you,
Right.
which you would never know anyway. You can roll a perception check.
Fuck it, I will, just for shits and giggles. I'm never gonna fucking see. There is physically no fucking way that Rattan
There's no
can see
fucking
her.
way unless she rolled a 1.
Right, but it's just physically fucking impossible. No!
There's absolutely no fucking way you'd see her if she was tailing you.
Even if she rolled a 1.
Yeah, no, even if she rolled a 1. I was like, what's her modifier? Yeah, nope.
She just kind of goes, well, that both went better and worse than I thought it was going to go. Mostly better.
That didn't seem bad at all. I mean, like, yeah, there's a lot of stuff we had to tell them, but they gotta go and do research.
It was, you know, mostly just admitting to the fact that to my king that I looted another kingdom's crypt. Like, I knew that was gonna be a...
Yeah, I mean, I guess. I mean, everything else didn't seem too bad.
Right! Right!
Yeah. It seems
I don't
like
think
a
I
lot of fun.
offended your king.
I think
I
everything
think
went
you would have
fine.
known.
I think she likes you, Cassian.
From one intellectual to another, I think she did.
A library date later sounds romantic.
Oh, come on.
What?
I mean,
Who
for
knows?
Cassian it is. From what it sounded like, he wanted to go to the library with those two ladies from...
High tide.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would love to go to the library.
With the ladies from High Tide or with...
I think he just means in general.
Yeah, I
In
think that's full
general.
stop.
Thank you, Cass.
Cass, let me... I know you haven't been here for a little bit, but let me razz the guy.
I'm sorry, but we have a lot of things we need to catch up on.
This is also true.
Well, I mean, most of it we kind of already...
No, Cass said that he had some stuff to tell us.
Right,
I
I was talking
also
about...
have questions.
Okay.
All right, let's go inside. Set up the dome.
Yeah,
Someone
let's
else,
So-
go.
please. Someone.
You find
someone
that-
please
Sorry.
food.
You find yourselves outside what is, for all intents and purposes, a beautiful little townhouse, essentially. With a big, heavy-looking wooden door with... Rattan, you'd recognize the symbolism of the flag of your regiment hung
Fuck!
over it.
As
yeah.
soon as she gets there, she's like starting to take it down.
But yeah, it looks like a 2-story townhouse. And there looks to be like the warmth of a light just inside the main, like, there's like the main lobby behind the door is just a small, like, coat hook area that you would know would be beside the door, behind the doors in this. You take one of the keys out and slip it into the lock and find yourself inside.
Can I make a perception check first while I'm taking the flag down to make sure that I haven't been fucking tailed by anyone else yet?
You can.
Fuck. Fuck!
You don't see anyone paying particular attention to you.
Okay, good.
But yeah, you go into this cozy little townhouse and you see like it's a very well decorated, well cozy. It has like a small like seating area, in what would essentially be like a foyer. There's a bookcase with random. There's like fiction and then stuff about the city and romance novels and just, you know, just stuff to pad the cases with. There's another case that has like decorative sculptures of like animals and just, you know, your random odds and ends inside a house. There's a door to the left that leads into a lounge, and to the right that is a kitchen area, and then a set of stairs next to the kitchen that lead up. Next to the lounge is another door that looks to be like a small washroom. It has a bath and a toilet and a sink in it. And upstairs there are 3 doors. One which leads to a shared bedroom with a couple of single beds in it, that look really, really comfortable. It is, sorry, I'm getting my own references. It looks like it's got sectioned off beds, so like they've got, they're kind of into alcoves so that curtains drape over them, so that there is essence of privacy. And then there's like a small like wood burner where you could heat like a teapot or whatever you wanted on it. Not necessarily cook things on it, but you know, provides warmth for the room while also being functional. There's also like small cabinets to store your own things in, chests to put like armor or whatever you wanted in. There's also a door that has a small offset of just like a toilet room in it. And then the 2 double rooms are almost identical, with beautiful 4-poster beds that have one has red drapes over it, one has like deep purple drapes over it, just plump with cushions and a big fluffy blanket, and again shelving with books and various places for your own odds and ends to be placed. One of them has a bay window that looks out onto a garden behind it. Not necessarily anything fancy, you know, patch of grass, a tree or two. And the other has the window to the front of the house, onto the street. Very, very simple. Very comfortable, though. Like, probably more than you were expecting.
Wow.
And you can lay dibs to however you wish. I can show you the shared bedroom. Ta-jam! And then the double bedroom. Very pretty.
Nice.
Brax is probably gonna just point at one of the 2, look at Rattan, and be like, "Do you have a preference? Because I'm assuming you would want one of these."
She very slowly slides her mask off of her face. Rax, what are you insinuating?
All right, well, I'll take one then, since you're gonna.
Okay. Brax goes into the other
Ah,
one that
what?
Cassian doesn't go into. And as he's walking in, he just like peers around the corner at Rattan and just shrugs.
Cassian, you and I gotta talk.
I don't know what you're insinuating.
Minnie was dying in the double bedroom that Rax walked into. Like, she's like full on face first on the bed in tears laughing.
I don't think you and your books need the double bed.
Maybe it's not just gonna be the books.
Oh, I would pay money to see that shit.
We'll give him the room and see what happens.
No!
Selfish.
Yes!
Did you need the room by yourself, or Dan?
Ask me that question one more time.
Did you want the room by yourself, Rattan?
Sure.
No, that was like an actual question. Like, why?
I feel like you're forgetting something.
Oh, I didn't know that he comes down to sleep with you every night. My apologies.
It's.
I assume that's what you need the room for, then, yes?
Just, yeah. We could. It's not an every night thing.
So why not take it one night and give it to Cassian another night?
Well,
You know,
Cass,
just in
it's
case.
a pleasure to meet you for the first time. Let's share a room together. Because
Oh, see, now you're making me feel like.
I'm
Hess
sorry.
Has
This
his
is
own lodging.
That's true.
you know, I'll take the double room and put the beds together. I'm gonna have a big bed.
The beds are in alcoves. They're built into the wall.
I am going to rip them out of the alcoves.
Rattan goes, I am not paying for that security deposit.
I'm just gonna
no.
watch. I'm not gonna help.
Anyway,
I'm not
Oh.
staying here.
oh, are you sure, Cass? You don't want to stay along?
We'll see how the night goes.
Anyway, you know what? Since I'm in this room already, I'm gonna set up the dome right here for now.
Alright, fine.
Which room was it?
The one that Rattan's eventually gonna stay in.
The double room?
No, no, she's getting the master or the single room, so I'm taking the double.
Well, there's two of
He's
them.
getting the
Remember, Rax
singles
has
room?
one, I have the other one.
Do you?
I will fucking drag him out of it.
Why would you drag me out of the single room?
That was Wither speaking to her DM, Fern.
Well, as Cass is not staying here, Rattan, I don't see their. Does it?
No, you're talking about. I'm so confused which room you're talking about.
This room that I'm standing in right now, the one.
Which
that you,
one is that?
The one that you are angry that
Right.
I'm taking.
Yes.
That's still
Yes, the single room,
Okay.
the one that you're upset about.
The single room, this one? Or
I'm so confused.
the double bedroom? Or the double bed room?
The single bed room.
Single bedroom.
The room that has a single bed
Oh
in
my
it.
god.
The room
Not-
that has the room that has a single bed.
singular bed. So
One
yes,
bed.
a double.
Yes, this one.
Yes.
No.
The other one. There's two beds in here.
Okay.
Yeah, this is the
no,
shared room
okay.
with a single bed.
The single
then
bed.
you've got-
one.
No.
There's a room with a
One.
single bed in it.
There's
One-
a room with a single bed in it
That
that's a
one
double
bed.
bed. Right,
Yes.
okay.
It has one bed.
It has one bed.
I'm
There are
gonna
like 5
fucking
better
die.
ways to explain that.
There are so many better ways.
Anyone, this room.
The room that would be naturally set up for a couple who are in a relationship of romantic sorts.
Right.
Yes, yes. Anyway, which I see no issue with Cassian taking this because there's a lot of books in this room.
Cassian.
To be fair,
I'm gonna
there's a lot.
politely ask you to let me have the room.
You didn't say please.
Please. I'm
By all
politely
means-
asking you, please.
By all means, Sertan. I just didn't
Thank
know that
you.
you really wanted this room when Rax asked if you wanted the room, and you're like, "What are you insinuating?"
I was being a shit to him.
Oh,
Miri was
and this is the
dying.
hard part where I explained that I was being a shit as well.
Oh!
It made it significantly less funny because you.
I wouldn't say that.
Anyway, I set up the dome.
I'm gonna
It
chalk
hurts,
that
it
up
hurts,
to
it
me not
hurts, it
being that
hurts.
bright.
I set up the dome.
Cass,
Yes.
is this stuff that, he should be privy to?
Who?
You forgot already. I hope he's thrilled.
I'm wondering if you're asking about Cassian or Leodir.
To be fair, it can't be Cassian because he has to be inside the dome.
Gus doesn't know that, to be fair.
Miryu's telling him.
Yeah, it's Miri yelling from one of the other rooms.
If he wants, he can. I don't know that it's information that he needs, but
Does it
I'm-
pertain to what's going on?
less so now that I know that Nathan is less of a factor. as he looks at Cassian.
He says he always needs information.
I like information. I know things. Also, Cass, if you're okay with sharing the information, totally fine. If not, also totally fine. I can't do the dome thing if you don't want me to hear. But also, I might have. I don't know if I asked this to you before. Do you have any familiars or otherworldly beings that are in constant contact with your head, or otherwise would be concerned if your presence was vanished for the time, for a short time?
Actually, I don't know how to answer that.
Well, if you got an entity that you can appear or let me know what they look like or name, I can allow them in the dome.
We'll say no, because I don't know how this works, and I'll explain it later. Kind of, at least what I know.
I set up the dome to allow Rax, Rattan, Miryu, Cass, Ladir, and oh my god, I'm blanking on Rox's familiar's patron person's name. Yeah, I know, the owl.
Well, it depends. What name? Yeah, what name are you using?
Frisia.
Okay.
I'm sitting here going, peepers, peepers.
Peepers. They're allowed in. Dome is made.
And everyone proceeds. Miryu included, who is wiping tears from her face and clutching her gut because laughing so hard hurt.
Oh, wasn't that funny?
It was.
It was absolutely hilarious.
It was hilarious.
I am
so
sorry.
glad that you all find hilarity at my expense.
You make it so easy.
You did pussyfoot around the topic for a little bit, so it was more of a seize the moment kind of joke.
A little bit of chaos, if you will.
Anyway, feel free to speak freely in this dome.
So, Cassian, since you don't know, last I spoke with Rax and Rattan, my tribe had been attacked by Nathan and his people. My tribe parents, one is critically injured. She is still injured. She's considered stable. And my tribe father has been lost. He's in a part of the woods where we don't know if he will be able to make it out. In the meantime, I, myself, and Lorelei are acting tribe parents. Which is weird because even if I wanted to, I still couldn't go home.
So you're a tribe parent that's not allowed in the tribe.
Right. Currently, my tribe mother is the only one who knows the location of the doorway to my home. That information has not been shared with anybody.
This is in the, what did you say, the Whispering Timberlands?
Yes.
Okay. And Lorelei, who is she exactly?
She is my mentor. She's the one who found me and brought me to the tribe. She has been training me. She also is the one who is supposed to be handling the Nathan situation.
But if Nathan's not a problem, then...
But That's what Cassian said earlier. So I have questions about that.
From my sources, at least, Nathan is no longer an issue, so
Who are your sources?
I can't really share that at this point in time.
I guess then another question would be, in what way is he not an issue anymore?
I've already tried asking this question, and
Those, again, they're not an issue.
Could they
Yeah.
ever be an issue again?
I mean, there are a million possibilities where something could be an issue again. You know, if they're dead, they could always be resurrected. I mean, he did one of those recently, so there's never a guarantee that. There's never a guarantee. Well, it's not pussyfooting. It's being direct. There's never a way to completely ensure that something will never be an issue again. So I don't know. It's hard to calculate. There's a lot that we don't know.
Breath.
We don't know if he has a clerical backer or not, or a clerical teammate.
well, I know that he's potentially got a lich. I don't really know what they're capable of, so I don't know if she could potentially bring Nathan back in some regard. I'll be totally honest, I don't know what a clockwork soul sorcerer is capable of either.
See, in
We
case
still
of,
don't know who Mistress Everburn is.
have I heard that name before? I haven't heard them mention that before.
Yeah, I did mention it to you.
You did? Okay.
Huh?
I don't remember that.
They're showing you the letters.
Yep.
Oh. I
I
don't know.
believe I gave you a check at the time.
I don't remember. It's fine. That means I probably didn't succeed on the check if I did get one.
So we don't know what that individual is capable of.
Oh. There's a lot of things that we don't know, but Cass, is there anything else that you wish to share?
So the not knowing about outside, as acting tribe father, I have a connection to Loro.
Who's
Okay.
who's
But
Loro?
He's the
His-
tribe father.
Okay.
I don't know how it works. I can feel his presence, but
So
barely.
he's alive.
Yes, we know he is alive. But I will probably be the first to know if that changes.
Okay.
Also, the guest or companion that is here with me is Sir Elliot Gemworn.
You know, I had a suspicion,
That's what my guess was when they said they wanted
But-
to speak with him.
hearing you just say it. Shit.
I'm not familiar. Name, I
Elliot
don't believe.
Gemhorn is one of the elders of Moncade.
Basically, my old boss. Or, like, technically boss, half boss, step boss. I don't know, something like that.
Interesting.
Did you say
Okay.
step boss?
Yeah, well, I mean, technically, Hannah was my boss. And then, like, he was, like, other boss, so maybe, like, step
Grand
boss.
boss?
Hmm.
I like the term step boss. I think
Boss
it's
twice removed?
I think it's a fantastic term.
Uncle.
Boss-in-law.
Technically not. That would imply that I am in engagement relations with Destiny. And I'm not.
I mean, I don't
So,
judge.
Destiny Cassian being a person that you remember, correct?
I do remember the tiefling lady.
Okay. What? Some people think when you say Destiny, the grand wide fate, you know?
Rattan looks like she's gonna say something and then very promptly claps her mouth shut.
Spelt differently. Hers is double E.
Yes. Okay.
Anything else? You said you had questions. So far, I've gotten one.
I want to ask more about Nathan, but I don't think I'm getting more answers. So my next question lies with Perrin.
We're pretty sure he's dead.
Yeah, I got that much. But how do you figure that he's dead?
I tried sending him a message using the sending spell, and while the spell went, it didn't go anywhere. And usually that means he's either dead or not in this plane of existence, or has been magically warded as such to not receive sending spells. So, as good as dead.
But then when
Maybe
I asked
he's
you
in-
about it,
No, go. You go first.
when I asked you about it, you said that you had reason to believe within a 0.05% margin that he was dead.
Correct. It's getting there.
Okay.
Explaining. I tend to explain like the entirety of something.
Okay. I tend to,
Circle?
it's fine.
Rattan, as far as I know, you've never been quite direct, so we'll not get
My
on each
first day
other.
home, and all I'm getting is shit on.
Oh,
Wouldn't be home if you weren't.
that's you know, take it as a sign as I'm getting more comfortable. I've only known you for like 2 weeks, so
Yeah, I know, it's a little...
yes.
I'm still trying to figure... Never mind. Back to
I'm
the
a
surface
weird
again.
one. I know. I'm very aware of this.
Continue explaining with the Perrin thing.
Yeah, so that's how we first assumed, and then I reached out to some contacts, and they all but confirmed. So. Yes.
You seem to have a lot of contact.
It's the same contact giving me the same information, really. They're just very well connected. Which I guess makes me in turn connected. Kinda, I guess.
Connected twice removed.
Yeah.
This thing again.
Step connected.
Yes. Step connected.
Connected a lot.
They're hard to reach, but they do not disappoint when it comes to information.
Good to know.
Yes. And again, I am relaying what I can relay. And unfortunately, you'll have to trust that what I'm saying is as much as I can say. And it is accurate to my knowledge. Oh. Yeah.
And yeah, unfortunately, things didn't end well.
You said something about a cursed axe?
Remember the one that we found in the
I
Phantom Crypt
remember.
that I told him not to touch because I was pretty sure it looked cursed?
Yeah.
It was cursed. I don't like to be a person that said I told you so, but that was... Apparently, when we got into a fight on the beach at the Cursed Bluffs, he saw red, he couldn't differentiate friend from foe, and he just started hacking at Rax.
Swung at me, missed. Told him if he tried it again, I would set him on fire.
Tried it again.
You set him on fire. Yeah.
I tried to hit him. Missed. He tried to hit me. Missed. And then I got pissed off and almost took his arm off.
And I was fighting everything else, in case you were worried.
Yeah. So that happened. Oh, but fun fact that we learned that time, though. And he points at his satchel that he has from Freddy. One of these has electric bombs, and it... Oh my god.
At least we're learning.
Yeah.
And we know that Miryu and I can apparently put an almost severed back arm to mostly okay state.
Interesting. Hopefully we never have to test that theory
Yeah,
again.
I wouldn't recommend it. Would not recommend. And we took him down into the Cursed Bluffs with us. Met the pirate ladies and Cassian. And Perrin decided that he would much rather help them go get their weapons and then go his separate way than stay with us.
Understandable.
I can't really blame him with the whole...
Yeah.
I'm still processing how I feel about all of that.
About which part?
Oh, I mean, all of it, really.
Sir.
I mean, you and I had a conversation about a lot of that, but...
And I plan to do a lot more research tonight on lots of different topics. So,
You are efficient.
you know, I see a problem and I'm just trying to address it. Or trying to be as best prepared as possible.
While you're there, if you... I don't know if it's what you intended to look into, but if you come across anything that might help Rax.
Oh,
We can certainly look.
I was thinking of going to
Do you
whatever.
need directions to the worship district?
I mean, if you were gonna come with me as well, just in case. But I don't know, like, how you feel about it, but I mean, in terms of if they can help me try and...
I mean, you know how I feel about that. Pessimistic at best.
Right. I mean,
Doubtful it. Most likely.
as far as I'm concerned, pretty close in terms of feelings on that subject, but if it can give me a personal boost to shrug it off, I don't know.
My question is just what they're going to ask of you in return.
Probably gold.
That's what I'm hoping. I
Maybe,
got more than enough.
maybe, or they're gonna ask for more. From my understanding, gods are immensely selfish beings. They don't care about any of us down here. They only care about what's going to get them elevated on their cushy seats in the upper planes. So whatever they can get out of you that's gonna secure that, that's what they're gonna ask for.
It's entirely possible. Real quick, guys, I have to head out, but keep on going. I have to take care of my mom, so
Oh, okay.
I'll let you guys know if I can get back. I will, but there's no
Okay.
guarantee on that stuff right now. So, love you guys. Have a
Cassian
great session.
goes to the library.
Basically, yeah.
Cassian is
Yeah,
going to
bye,
the library.
Cassian!
Cassian leaves the dome up as long as you leave it, and then when you guys
Okay.
go out to get drunk, he goes to the library.
Yes.
And I will do
Well-
RP with Fern before next
Yeah.
year.
Yeah. Love you guys. Have a great
Bye,
rest of your night.
Fernie.
Take care.
If anyone requests Cassian, he will do a fortune saver on whoever. Just give him the money.
Okay.
Just give him the money.
Just give him the money because it costs money to do it. So
Yeah.
or everybody's doing
No,
it.
go
he'll-
take care of
he'll
your
just-
mom.
like,
Go!
he'll just- Bye.
We
Bye,
love you.
bye.
Goodbye.
There, we'll shut off his camera for now.
Yes. Mm.
I mean, any other questions you have, Cass?
Not at this time.
Not about
You...
Daniel, not about...
I don't know what to ask about Daniel. You said it happened, it worked.
It did.
You have to go and see a tree.
Yeah, Cassian used, again, I don't understand how his magic works. He used some magic, he made a sapling grow into a really big tree, and we all put our names on it, and now it's this whole thing for Richie, so...
Okay.
Also, I have a sending stone to talk to him. I gave him one for gift day.
I miss gift day.
Yeah, you did. So, whenever you get the chance to go back to Frostbane, I would bring a lot of presents to make up for that.
Perhaps you should go shopping in the time you have before the ball, Cass.
I don't know when I'll be going back to Frostbane, but noted.
So is this like a stop in and say hi kind of deal, or are you like here to actually come with us again?
That's a
I'm-
question.
I'm here to travel with you.
Then you'll probably be going back to Frostbane.
Like I said, I can't go home.
Is there like a... Why?
Security? If nobody knows where it is, nobody can attack.
I guess I'm not processing.
What are you?
The thing that we walked through to go in.
Yeah, no, I remember what the door looked like. I don't understand why that means that Kess can't be home.
Doesn't know how to get
I'm-
there.
Yeah, the door is probably not there.
The door moved?
It moves. Of course it moves. Of course the damn thing moves.
It's magic.
I'm not sure how you didn't figure that out actually having been there, Rattan, and I got it from the very information that Rax
Have
gave
you met me?
Yes, but I didn't think you were that ignorant to magic.
I've not exactly encountered any doors that are made out of...
Oh, so
crazy
looping
people
hallways
trees.
and
No, because I'm still confused by that too!
I'm so glad I had that fever dream. That could have taken forever. I don't even know if it was true. Never mind.
I mean, you could induce another one tonight if you really wanted.
Is that a good idea right now?
I don't know.
Don't know either.
Better than nothing. Maybe in a fever dream you'll figure out what the fuck to do, because I have no idea.
You know, I'd trust a fever dream more than a god.
Fair!
Sorry, that was a very Leodir channeled moment.
That's actually Rax's reaction. It's just like,
And she has a moment where she kind of like looks at herself and she's like,
I Oh shit.
Like, she just realized that she was channeling somebody.
Only thing is, I don't know if it was a fever dream or drug trip, whichever one. I really still trust you.
Well, at any rate, no point in sitting here and wasting the night away.
No. No, there's not.
And it may not be Friday, but it is Monday.
Oh, I fully intend to go out and reacquaint myself with where I come from.
Oh, really? How does he feel about that? She didn't get it. She didn't get it. She didn't get it.
Wait, what? Was that a... I can't tell if that was a sex joke.
Always yes.
Okay. Oh, phrasing. Phrasing! Oh! Stop laughing at me.
I promise
That,
Tess isn't the one laughing, it's just Keeper.
That's not what I... And she's like very visibly like, whoosh, like totally embarrassed. That's not what I meant. That is not what I was talking about. Oh. Starts fanning herself with her mask.
Well, it does appear you have some lingering, history, so reacquainting yourself with your home is, you know, could mean multiple things for Tan.
That's kind of a sensitive subject. You're giving me a look like you want to be nosy.
I believe you had a drinking game you wanted to play that would answer those questions.
Oh boy, unless he's in, and she points at Rax, which...
Yeah, of course he's in!
Fuck it, I'm in, yeah.
See?
Fine,
I've known him long
okay, I'm starving, so this needs to be... And especially if we're playing this game, food needs to be consumed beforehand, or I will not be stumbling home.
Oh, so you're not willing to be picked up from a bar for morning drills, are you?
You know, there would be a cruel irony in that, considering how many recruits I had to drag by their ears to drills from that place. So we have a couple of options. It depends on what you guys want to do. But, in my opinion, best night spots would be Kraken's Nest. I've mentioned that to you guys. I like going there. They have really great seafood, but it's up to you. There's also... There's Maiden's Flagon on the docks. It's more of a sailor bar? Yeah, it's kind of like the sailor gossip haven. Like when you come into port and you want to find something out, that's where you go. But it's really nice. It's well kept.
Well,
or
that's not. I wonder if our, I guess, pirate friends could call them would be there.
They might honestly be at Sirens. Which was the other thing that I was going to suggest. Which is also the place I told you about where you don't go there, you end up there. So, I mean, if you want to get... if you want to get so drunk you don't know how you got home, or what day it is, or who the hell you brought home. But they're doing karaoke, apparently. So, there's seafood, Dock bar, karaoke.
I think Tess said that one of the
My vote is for
quieter-
not karaoke.
Oh, you're no fun. We'll fix that, though, don't you worry. I bet you got a good set of pipes on you. If not, just turn into a bird.
I guess we will leave that for a later discovery.
Wonderful.
So Miryu's voting sirens.
Oh, sirens can be last. Let's go for food first.
Okay.
We have to get Cass drunk enough to actually participate.
Fair point.
So we'll
Kraken's
do,
next?
what was it, Kraken's nest for the food?
Right.
And then we do Maiden's Flagon for the drinking game.
Sure.
And then we do Sirens for the karaoke.
That's... I am your host. I will just show you the way.
You were the host, but you will also be sloppy drunk by the end of the night.
We'll see about that. I don't know.
Mhm.
Not a big drinker, you know that. I've said that before.
You are tonight. You're with us.
Mm,
You're with friends in a place that is entirely safe.
this feels like peer pressure.
No,
It is.
it's not peer pressure, it's convincing you.
Coercion.
Well, that works too.
That's somehow worse than peer pressure.
I mean, at least I'm not using magic to influence you. That can be done, by the way. Not by me, but it's possible.
Well, I kind of knew that. I have a type of arcana that, like, locks people in place. Like, they can't move.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's one type you use to manipulate people into thinking they're your friend.
Oh, that's
Or
dirty.
one that's like a one-word thing, like an order that they have to do, as long as it doesn't
Oh, I can
hurt
do that.
themselves. Ah,
I can do that. I don't like to. Ever.
you see, like there's a moment of thought, and then just this grin that grows on her face, but she doesn't say
What?
anything.
Why are you smiling? I just said that I don't like to do that.
I know.
Are you?
What?
I have a feeling she's going to try to convince you to use that on me for karaoke.
No, but that is a fantastic idea.
You know, I would love to help with that, but I actually didn't, I don't have that ready today.
Quite unfortunate for karaoke.
Monday to
isn't
Friday.
it?
Cass,
Which,
my friend.
might be unfortunate that I don't have that ready depending on who we run into.
Well, anyway, no point in lingering here, shall we?
No, let's go get food and then drinks and then I guess karaoke.
To Kraken's Nest. Woo! Cassian goes to the library.
And nerds out.
Yeah.
Cue
which-
party drinking montage, and then it just like occasionally flicks over to Cassian studying in the
Reading a book.
library. Yes, and then it flicks back to the party. It's all like drinking and shouting and rowdy, and then it flicks back to the quiet library.
For anyone who is interested, the library is called Pages of the Ocean.
At some point, Rax might end up in the library to look
Not tonight, you won't.
to. No, not really. It's okay.
We're
is
gonna be
like,
lucky
we have
if we
4
end
days.
up back home in our own beds.
Cass is
So-
probably going to find the library at some point.
I'm gonna hide there from now on.
Yeah, you make your way, just, it's basically almost, it's the halfway point between Main Street and the dock. It's on the other side of the main, promenade, I guess you could call it. But not quite all the way across. So it's a little bit of a walk to get there. You get there, there's still food being served. You know that, like, especially during festival time, that food keeps getting served most of the night, up until about 10, 11. Just because there's always the late crowd.
It's an interesting, especially on the exterior, because the sign is the best I can explain it. It looks like a wooden board that has been somehow affixed to this depiction of a long, gross, oily, tentacle-like appendage that like hangs and frames the door.
Sexy.
And yeah, and it is written in this thick black inky like paint. The sign is, sorry, upon this wooden. It almost looks like driftwood that has been turned into a makeshift sign.
Huh.
And there are torches on either side that are lit, be it arcane or otherwise, you're not entirely sure, but they are flickering in the wind. And you descend. This bar has 2 layers. The top layer, which is kind of like there is like an entryway and a cloak check, and it's also a place where anyone who has weapons is told to leave their weapons, because Kraken's Nest can get rowdy.
Oh yeah.
And then you head downstairs into this. It is a beautiful bar. It's just beautiful in its own unique way. The floor itself looks to be like some kind of nautical themed map, and not necessarily named with any specific locations that any of you are familiar with, but just like it literally looks like a map with all the land masses spread across an ocean, kind of like an atlas almost. But obviously faded and scratched and scuffed and covered in general wear and tear, and obviously there's been people in here all day. So, you know, there's various substances that have been spilled and then attempted to mop up quickly and amongst all the people that are in here. There are also, it's almost like, think Viking feast hall style benches in here. So it's just like 2 rows of long benches that stretch the entire length of this bar, which is like a 70-foot long bar. It's 70 foot long, 20 foot high, and I'm probably
Big
about
fucking bar.
yeah. Kraken's Nest is the biggest bar, in Menelach, and all of the support beams for this place are wrapped in like fish nets and fishing twine and that kind of stuff, and they have all manners of various things tucked into them. There's some like old flagons, there's like skeletal remains, whether or not they're real you don't know. There's like old fishing tackle, there's fake stuffed birds and various others like sea life, and just general, like there's some pieces of like makeshift life rings and that kind of thing, rope, all that sort of manner of nautical theme.
They committed to the theme.
Yeah, paraphernalia, let's call it. The far end of the room is where the main bar is, and it looks like it's entirely crafted out of driftwood and various things that have washed up onto the shore. So none of the wood matches. It's all kind of different lengths and different colors, different styles, different variant, like new to old, that kind of thing. And all the stools around the bar are exactly the same. And on the back wall, very much similar to Salty Dog, are all the kegs in the wall that are all tapped, with various different beers or ales that are listed on them. And, you know, it's a lively place. It smells like the ocean. It smells like seafood, you'd imagine. It's rowdy, but not uncomfortable. Like, you're not shoulder to shoulder. Like, but if you wanted a seat, you're sitting next to people, basically. The wall opposite the bar, at the closest end when you come down the stairs, looks to be where all of the food is cooked and served. And there's a big, like, hearth there that are currently, like, steaming or just cooking various types of fish in different ways. There's some in pots, some on sticks, some skewered, some there's like makeshift, almost potentially maybe prawn cocktail, you know, like in the tall glasses, but it's not fancy by any means.
Yeah.
Like it's none of it matches, but it's edible. And behind the bar, if you hold for a moment.
Yee.
It's not the bar I'm looking for. I don't have them in order.
I don't remember which one.
I have it in
Because you
my
didn't
sheet.
put names on all of mine.
So behind the bar is a scruffy-looking, sort of like dirty, almost white-gray blonde elven male. Who is all of their neck is covered in these like etchy, sketchy, black, tribal mark Viking-style tattoos. Down one side it's like a thin braid that hangs to one side, and the rest of his hair is pulled over and like scruffy. He's wearing very like barbarian-style clothing, like leathers with big puffy like animal collar fur collars, and like tight leather pants and big thick heavy looking boots that have heavy looking buckles on them. He's got a stern sort of hardened expression, but is entertaining the crowd at his bar. And flitting around in a couple of other there's another elven male who has like sort of scraggly brown hair, probably about 5'4", looks younger, but with elves it's hard to tell. And then a human-looking female, beautiful in appearance, black raven hair which is braided over one shoulder, dressed fairly well, all things considered, but definitely you can tell works here by the fact that they're both like clearing plates and serving beers and stuff, but the gentleman himself is restricted to the bar, and he is entertaining all the patrons that approach. And he sees you come in and he gives Rattan like a salute as you come in, and then slams someone's drink down on the bar, and they get, whoa, you know, like, oh shit.
Yeah,
they were like having a conversation.
They are now.
Bang! Metal tankards just smack and froth everywhere.
Smashing them like that.
Yeah. He doesn't. You don't get the impression that he understands being gentle.
Nope. Maritana isn't like the.
There isn't really a stage here, so perched up in the corner, so like the stairs come down in a corner, perched in that corner where it looks like the uncorked kegs are kept, is a half-orc male holding a lute that is way too small for him and trying his best, which he's doing pretty well. Absolutely no hair on his head at all, just like rough and tumble clothes, a lute that's probably borrowed because it's way too small for him, and a halfling female with sort of like graying older hair, like she's an older woman, graying hair that has been scrunched up into a bun the best of her ability, who is playing a violin. And they're doing an alright job. They're playing sea shanties and entertaining the mostly drunken crowd. You reckon that the one with the lute is probably just joining in because he can and not because he was scheduled to be here and has borrowed it from Alex. What would you like to do?
Is there an open place to sit?
Somewhere on the table. Tables, plural. Or at the bar. There's a couple of seats at the bar.
Well, take your pick. Table, bar.
Is there enough space either for like all four of us to be next to each other or close or not?
Yeah, I mean there is, but if you're sitting on the benches, you can either sit like there's the end of the bench near the bar on one of the benches that you could probably huddle into, or there's like a middle space on the other, which looks like there is more space around you. How long that would last for, you don't know. And then there's a couple of stools and a space for you to stand, those of you who can't get a seat at the bar.
Take your pick. Sit or stand.
Might as well just sit at the table, I guess.
Rattan, are you wearing your armor?
I did not say that I was taking it off.
That's why I'm asking. I didn't give you a chance to.
She's technically off duty, yes?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, then I feel like she wouldn't.
Okay.
She's still wearing her badge
pin.
anyway,
Yep.
but she's in her casual clothes.
Okay. I mean, anyone who brought weapons, they got told to leave them upstairs.
Yeah, Alafira is upstairs. Like, she brought Alafira, but she's not in her armor.
Yep. License to carry.
Cass is very hesitant and does not want to hand over the staff.
You don't have to, because
Okay.
it's not pointy.
Yeah, it's
It
not
looks
an actual, like,
It looks
bladed weapon.
decorative. Yeah.
He's not handing it over.
Rax left pretty much most of his stuff, if not
Everything at home.
Yeah. What's he gonna bring? I'm gonna bring.
Maybe you took her big fuck off axe, but it is upstairs. She left it upstairs. She left everything else.
Rattan promises that they'll take good care of it.
Yeah.
But yeah, she slides her mask off as we, like, settle down at a table.
And it's not long before someone comes over to take an order from you. I mean, Rattan, you know what's here. There's like basically
She gets,
any
like, whatever her
seafood-
usual is.
any seafood you can think of is here.
Yeah.
Like anything. It's the place to be, and they're known for their seafood. So like you can have like they've even got like just standard like fried fish on a stick with a little bit of seasoning to like, you know, a proper like fish stew and that kind of stuff. There's everything in between.
Do they have like a special or?
Oh, good question. Let
Rax
me
would
see.
Probably just get that same thing.
Opening my menu notes.
What does Kraken's Nest have on special today?
Yup. So, they have what is called a Finnan Haddie, which is basically a fish that has been smoked, usually haddock. It is like the white fish, and is then poached in milk and served cold. And you can have it with potatoes or fries or just veggies, whatever. That's their special this evening.
Yes, we'll get the special.
Rattan swears that even though, like, it's cold fish, it's great.
Yeah, no, it is great. Iru gets that, and she also gets like a serving of like crab claws and
Of course she does.
potatoes and, you know, whatever beer is open. Like, there's one of those, and just like spread it on the table.
Rattan's gonna get her usual, which is probably just like some kind of smoked fish, potatoes, and like whatever.
Yeah. Easy enough, like steamed
That
veggies.
protein, that starch.
Yeah, steamed veggies, a little bit of bread.
Yep.
It comes with like a tartar sauce on the side. And a bit of lemon to squeeze over the top.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rex is getting the special, and then I don't know, whatever ale, beer,
Yeah.
whatever.
Take a pick. There's all of them.
Rattan just orders an ale.
Yeah.
Like this frothy mess. They don't serve it cold here, unfortunately. Not that classy.
No, it's not Caucasian.
It's not necessarily bad, but it's also not cold.
Right.
You know, straight from the cask.
You're drinking it to wash stuff down, not to enjoy it.
Yeah, it's not a sip and savor.
Yeah.
It's a let's fucking drink.
Yeah.
And that's alright. It's served in relatively, especially the cold things, they're served in relatively speedy fashion. They're slammed, not necessarily slammed down in front of you, but it's kind of like a, you know, just drop
It's
it
place
and go.
and go. Like, I don't
Yeah,
have
so
time
drop
to,
it
like,
and go.
talk to you. Hey,
There-
hope everything
yeah.
tastes great. Meow.
It's like tarnished silverware, you know, like silver plates
Yeah.
and that. Just the reusable, easy to not worry about smashing it, you know,
Yep.
and just like slap it down and go.
Yep.
It all looks great. It looks fantastic, and the crowd is like winding up with the two that are playing, and there are some people up dancing and generally having a good old time. There's definitely a cozy but vibrant vibe in here, and there's mixes of all kind of races in here. Like, there doesn't seem to be a problem between any one or the other, any like racism or discomfort by anyone being there.
Okay.
Just out of his personal curiosity, Rax is gonna kind of like give it a once over to see if there's another Dragonborn in here, or it's just him.
There is another dragonborn in here. Bear with me a second. You see what looks to be a bronze dragonborn who is dressed in quite fine clothes, deep purples, golds, and greens. Very, very. You can tell he's proud of his posture. Golden colored eyes, golden bracelets that adorn his wrists, a thick leather brown belt that kind of tucks in his. I wouldn't quite say it's a tunic, but it's like a long shirt, you know?
Yeah.
Dark brown pants tucked into knee-high leather boots. Very, very proud in posture, very like, not quite looking down on people, but definitely like, I'm prettier than you. On his belt, he has what you initially think is a rapier, but then you double take and see that's a really long wooden like flute. He doesn't seem to be here with anyone in particular, but he is stuffing his face with seafood. Probably about 6'5", 6'6", maybe. He is sitting down.
Pretty much similar to Rex then.
Miryu just going in with her hands,
Of course.
She's
cracking
not at
those
the capital,
crab
come on.
legs. Right, right. We're at a bar. We're not in polite company.
There you go.
Oh, look at that dapper boy.
Yeah. Was not expecting a picture. Cool.
He must
That was
be
an off the
important.
fucking wall question.
Was it though?
I mean, no, but like, I thought it was. He's never looked before.
But yes, the food is great. Like the fish just like breaks apart. Like just it's cooked well.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
The cold-
Doing it most likely somewhere.
Don't even need a knife. You're just like, eh.
Yeah, like
Falls
you get
apart.
it like crumbles. That's how
Yep.
good it is. You can tell it's high quality. You can tell it's fresh. They made it the cold one. It's usually made the day of in the morning. And yeah, like it's a really good hearty meal. You're served as many drinks as you like. I need to know how many people are drinking while they are here. Tana's having one. Maybe
Cass is
puts
having
another one in
tea.
front of me. Cass is having tea?
Yes.
Roll me a D100 and pick high or low.
Low.
They do not have tea. So one is Cass drinking. They
said
also
water.
they also don't have coffee before you
I was
ask.
gonna say, if you say water, I'm gonna sock you in the dick.
Oh, he has an ale.
Yeah, like you're sitting there like, tea, we don't got that. Coffee, don't have that. Retainers gives you an elbow. Come on.
How much is Rex having?
Probably have a couple.
Cass goes to say water as as Rattan shoves an elbow into his side. What? Ale?
Good man.
Ale. Ale we can do. Good man. Put some hair on your chest. You get like the shoulder pat as they're leaving.
Rax looks down at his own chest and kind of thinks for a second. Wonder
Think
if
I'd be
that'll work.
drinking here if this stuff put hair on my chest?
What?
It's a turn of phrase, darling.
I know. Still, be interesting if it actually like worked. And now all of a sudden it's like,
I'm sure you could find some kind of arcane to do that if you really wanted a hairy chest.
no. I'm good not being hairy, thank you.
Yeah, you are.
Rattan just kind of like shakes her head. She's like, I'm not listening to that conversation.
There's a roar from the crowd as the band moves, or the duo move on to the next song.
Hortense is kind of like looking around, just like taking everything in, reacquainting herself with this space.
There's a few off duty from your regiment that don't seem to be
Yeah.
paying all that much attention to you. Just normal ass, like standard
Rank
rank.
and file boys.
Yeah. Who probably either are new
Yeah,
or
have no idea who I am.
yeah, or have no idea who you are. Or really don't care because all of you are off duty.
Yeah.
There's a cluster of people from who you can evidently tell are from Cleom because they're having dick measuring contests by saying, well, I slayed this and I slayed that and da 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 da.
No, you fucking didn't, kind of thing.
Basically from a
Yeah.
local that's like, fuck off! Shut up, sit down and drink your beer, youngin'. That kind of thing. And then you do notice a small cluster who are kind of keeping to themselves. 3 or 4 individuals. 2 of them are dark-haired males, human. One of them is a potential half-elf, you're not sure, smaller than an elf's ears. Female with sort of silvery white hair that's been pulled neatly into a braid. And then you've never seen this kind of race before. They look sort of like they've got like feathers, white colored feathers all over their body, and then tufts of plumes coming out the back of their head. They look like they're probably about 5 foot-ish in height, but they're sitting down so you can't tell. And they've got a long white, and like a sort of ivory-colored beak that comes from their face. The bottom half is like legs that go into like bird claws, whereas their arms themselves don't have wings on them, but instead are like humanoid. They have hands, but with feathers on their arms, and like kind of like the same kind of skin texture as the claws on their feet, but like actual humanoid styled hands, if you can
So
call
for
it
Wither,
that.
this is an Aarakocra.
Ish.
Ish?
Yes. Maybe
Okay, I'm just trying
perhaps.
to make sure that I'm getting it the right way.
Yeah, so kind of think Aarakocra, but like a different variant, like a.
Okay, like a distant cousin.
You could call it a homebrewed variant.
Sure. I think I know where this is going.
There is a homebrew element to this individual.
Yep. Okay.
You've never seen one of these before. And they
Rattan
look
like
they're-
doesn't mean to stare, but she's kind of like,
And they look like they're having a good time, but only in their own company.
hmm.
Is there anything in particular you would like to do in the Kraken's Nest?
I mean, Wither knows what she wants to do, but Rattan wouldn't do it.
Oh?
Yeah, Wither wants to march right up to that person and go, "Hi! Tell me your story, strange homebrew creature! You look like a quest giver!"
Do they have an exclamation mark above their head?
Mm.
No.
No? Okay.
They're faintly glowing and the light is just hitting them. No, I'm kidding.
They have a slight ring around their feet from the way that the light is hitting.
You look
They're
at
being
them, it's targeted. They have
Yep.
an icon above their head,
Yep.
and then
Yep.
then where the name would be is 3 question marks.
Yep. Level, 3 question marks.
Yeah. Health bar.
Yep.
Whoop.
Goes beyond the screen bounds.
That is terrifying.
That is a boss.
Roll
Like
initiative.
Dark
No, I'm
Souls
kidding.
when it just jumps down and you're like, oh, that's horrifying, and then you see the bar start appearing and you're like, wait, why is it not
Why is the
stopping? Why does
music
the bar
changed?
keep getting bigger? Why is there epic choral music?
Suddenly, the band of 2 people is now just an entire chorus of people, like 26 of them. No.
But anyway, if there is nothing specific you would like to do in here, you enjoy a very hearty meal.
Yes.
A couple of metal flagons of some kind of ale. You're never told the name of it.
Didn't ask.
Yeah, you didn't ask, you're not told, they just keep putting it in front of you. That's what they do.
Yep.
They ask for sorry, I'm doing math.
You're fine.
3
You need
gold?
I was gonna say, do you
No.
need your human calculator?
No. 3 gold for the group for the meal and because you didn't really drink that much.
Rattan will throw down 1 gold.
Rex does the same.
Castle put 2 down.
And the person who takes it picks them up, bites it to make sure they're real, and then puts them in like the pack that they have on their.
Rattan kind of gives them like the eyebrow.
What? It's a festival. Even the most respectful of people sometimes carry chocolate coins. Never too safe.
Point me to them.
Now I want chocolate.
I have some in my pack back at the house.
Oh, dibs.
Not
Chocolate
all
is
of it.
fantastic after drinking. I'm just saying.
It is. It's also whiskey chocolate.
I mean, you're not dissuading me.
I'm aware. I have good taste.
Debatable.
Oh. Oh, and what, pray tell, do I have bad taste?
We'll get to that.
We'll get to that.
More drinks needed.
More drinks. All right. Off to Maiden's Flagon.
You get upstairs, and been on here for probably like an hour and a half, so it's getting towards like the later end of the day, so you're thinking like 9-10 o'clock. Oh no, what?
I just realized where this place is.
You get to the Maiden's Flagon, which is actually on the port, the actual dock itself. It's one of the dock bars. More specifically, probably from those of you who are here and can see, the first bar you'd probably see when you pull up on a boat, which can give you the idea of the clientele that are here. It's a well kept, like the bar front itself has I guess what could be called like windows, but what it is the upper section of it can be folded back like wooden shutters that just completely opens the front of the bar. There's a small like ledge that looks like it is a big door, but the ledges themselves have been kept closed, so there's like a surface which people are resting multiple drinks on as they're sitting up against the front of this. The sign itself, Maiden's Flagon, it's a piece of wood that's been cut to look like an actual flagon of beer with what would be the beer cup's branding, says the Maiden Flagon on it. Again, torches outside give the torch light either side of the sign rather than on the walls because the walls are fold away. And again, it's like you sort of go in and there's like a downstairs to it. You get the theme in here. It's well kept and well maintained. It looks like a very beautiful bar. Even though it's probably frequented by many people. And definitely not as big as the Kraken's Nest itself, but by no means less lively. And there's just an array of various different people in here, all dressed much in such the same sailor garb. You can tell they've been on boats or are familiar with boats. Perhaps they work as a dock hand or something similar. Mostly humans in here. Some scruffier than others. But it's not like it's a no other race bar. It's just that they're more common.
No one really seems to be taking much attention to you as you're coming down the stairs. And as you do, you see that the bar itself is a sort of carved half into the wall. There's like arches of almost that maybe would have once been windows that have been filled in and put shelves across them, which have like cups and various bottles of various types of alcohol, some kinds of like decorative pieces, and across the whole bar there's things like anchors and like old ship wheels and that kind of thing. And there's actually a table in the middle of the room that's made out of a large stylized ship wheel, with chairs around it that look like they're hollowed out barrels that would be on a ship with cushions on top of them. Yeah, it's very, very nautical. It's not quite Kraken's Nest nautical, but it's like, it's more designed to look like the interior of a ship than it is to look like an ocean voyage.
Yeah.
Behind the bar is a purple-skinned tiefling female. Very, very thin, but very, very, like, she holds herself well. She's got on like a white puff shirt and with thick sleeves and a waistcoat that's sort of like a grayishy, brownishy purple color, and with like gold trims to it just to add like a little bit of flair, and a thick greenish gray leather belt around their waist which kind of pulls everything in and shows off her figure. Tight fit black leather pants and thigh high boots. She's got opalescent white eyes, and she's got like a little bit of makeup on just to pretty herself up a bit, and long hair that's braided that sits at her waist. And she sees you come in and gives like the nod of acknowledgement to new guests walking into her bar. And there's a chalkboard up next to her that has, like various pricings for like shots and like glasses, bottles, beer, drink of the day, which you're not entirely sure what this means, but the drink of the day is called a salty spittoon.
Ugh.
It sounds disgusting.
Ugh.
But it's there.
And Rattan's gonna like motion for them to pick a table.
Yeah, there's tables available.
Table or bar,
here.
like she's motioning for them to pick where we sit.
Is the wheel table open?
Roll me a D100 and pick high or low.
No, it's low.
The wheel table
Hey!
is available in the middle of the room.
Yup.
Rattan's
He wants
not
to sit at a
surprised.
wheel.
Yeah, she's not surprised that that's what he gravitated toward.
No, you sit down slap bang in the middle of this room at the big table.
Mm-hmm.
The big decorative table on top of the barrels, upturned barrels with cushions, like deep blue colored cushions that look
Nice.
really comfortable.
Yeah.
Are they really comfortable?
Oh yeah,
There we go.
place has class.
Well, there's a difference between looking comfortable and actually being comfortable. 'cause
didn't
some
say
stuff
that your
looks
ass was on it yet.
comfortable.
No, you put your ass on these cushions, you're like, ooh, fluffy.
You're kind of like, ooh. Ooh.
There's a number of tieflings that are serving. It's specifically a tiefling staff. There's one that's sort of like a bluish gray color female. There's a sort of greeny blue tinged tiefling male with dark hair. And one that's probably like a teenager who looks very much like the barkeep. And they're all going around serving tables. There's a small band in here, bagpipes, accordion, lute, and singer that are playing, again, numerous sea shanties.
Rattan will sit down at the table by them. Alright, so here's the thing. I'm pretty sure we could play the game here. I know for sure, though, that they advertise it at Sirens. But most places here will do it. A little bit of extra cost, but they'll do it. I can ask.
I didn't even know this was like a thing that they put on. But
What do you mean?
I thought it was like it's you drink or juice. I don't know. I thought it was like
No.
do it.
Nope.
Didn't
This
realize this
involves
was like-
shots and dice.
Okay.
So we can either just have some drinks here and go to Sirens, or we can see if they'll do that here. This isn't usually one of my usual haunts.
The likelihood of us actually making it to Sirens after this, though.
If we play the game here, hit or miss. It's your call.
I'll take my chances and see if we can play here.
Sure.
Ooh!
Either he really doesn't want to go no, he's trying to get out of karaoke.
I don't care. He said he'd do
At
shots.
this point,
I will ask. So as soon as like a server comes over, if one's not coming over, she'll flag one down.
Easy enough. That's the teenager.
Okay. Tell me, if I needed... Oh, she's just gonna say the normal phrase. So, I need 4 shots.
Hmm.
And, if you're able, 4 dice. The fuck is up with that?
I see.
She
Well,
winks.
am I starting a tab or am I giving you 1 bottle and that's it?
Let's start with the... You know what? Open a tab for me, but let's start with the 1.
Got it. I'll be right back.
Much
And
appreciated.
they saunter over to the bar, and you see them lean over, and then the barkeep gets like a grin on their face, and they look over to your table and catch your eye. And then, they lay out a long strip of wood, which looks like driftwood, but there's notches cut into it. This one specifically has 4. They set there's a sort of creamy colored dice. There's a deep purple dice. There is a sort of like seafoam green colored dice, and then there's like a wine colored dice. And then they put them shot glasses upside down on top of them. And then a bottle next to it of this, from what you can tell, like clear colored liquid.
Oh, fuck.
And then
Everclear shots, let's go, guys!
and then the younger tiefling takes the board, takes the bottle, makes their way to you, sets it down in the middle, puts the bottle down and goes, "Have fun."
Thank you.
You're
Rattan
welcome.
immediately snatches up the shot glass and snatches up the wine-colored dice.
Rax grabs the green one.
Pat grabs the purple.
Maybe you'll take the one that's left. And sets her shot glass up on the
And Rattan does
board.
too. And then Rattan starts filling all of the shot glasses on the board. So this game is very simple. We used to play this my first few years in training and my first years in the military. It's called What the Fuck Is Up With That? So we all roll our dice. The highest roll gets to ask the question. Whoever rolls the lowest is the one that has to answer. If you don't want to answer, you have to drink the whole table of shots. You don't have to say any names if you think that it's going to implicate you in a crime. You don't have to be specific. But you always say the question, what the fuck is up with that? Any questions?
What the fuck is up with that?
I don't know, let's find out.
So, each of you will roll, as your DM, each of you will roll a d20. No modifiers. Whoever gets the highest roll asks a question. Whoever gets the lowest roll has to answer it. If they don't want to answer it, they will take all the table of shots. 1 table of shots automatically is for 1 constitution roll.
Oof.
Because this shit is strong. And of course, Miru is taking part as well.
Of course.
So I believe the highest in this situation is Rex, and the lowest is Cass.
Yep. So Rex, you get to ask Cass a question.
Hey, Kez, new staff. The fuck is up with that?
Kess looks down because the staff is sitting across his lap. It is the staff representing the tribe father.
All right.
More or less just seemed like a good time to ask.
Hey, that's what the game is for.
Mm-hmm. Well,
Roll again. Oh, and another little addendum. If you roll low twice in a row, you don't have to keep... It's not just keep picking on the same person.
it would be the lowest
Oh,
compared
balls! Rattan even says that.
Oh!
Oh, no! There is a look of abject terror on Rattan's face. And she stares at her dice, and then she realizes what mirror you rolled. Okay.
So, Rattan,
Yeah.
old flames in the city that you seem embarrassed by. What the fuck is up with that?
Are you asking about any in particular? Or are you just asking the whole...
All of them.
Oh, boy, okay. I'm not embarrassed of all of them. There's really just one in particular. So, if we're going on ones that I'm embarrassed by, I just have to tell you the one.
Old flames in the city that you seem embarrassed.
Fine. What do you want to know specifically? Everything? Or just names?
I said, what the fuck is up with that? Why are you avoiding my question? Keep deflecting. You drinking these.
Yeah, I know. Okay, so when I was 17, 16, I joined the military training program, and, hang on. She pauses. Can I attempt to insight check that?
It'll be a disadvantage.
I know.
Yep. It's as I said. The longer you pause, Mario's tapping on the driftwood.
Yeah, which isn't helping.
There's no reply.
Fuck her. She doesn't say that, I do. So, I was 17, 16, somewhere around there. Was in the training program. I really didn't have a whole lot of experience with other people just in general, not even in the romantic or physical sense. I didn't really interact with a lot of people growing up. So joining the military was really my first, I guess, leap into socializing. And this is gonna sound really shitty, but, you know, I knew that it was a thing that people did. And, you know, when you hear about it, you know, everyone says that it's great. So, me being a teenager, I was like, hey, maybe I should try that. And it was two awkward teenagers fumbling around, so there really wasn't anything to write home about with that one. That was stars. Over 12 years ago. Over 13 years ago. Pushing 14. But, you know, there were no hard feelings or anything about that. Couple years later, I have notes on this.
Going down the
You have
list of
some-
people you've slept with.
I do. I have a list of Rattan's entire sexual history.
Terrific.
Because I knew this was
Rattan-
gonna come up.
Rattan keeps a journal.
Yep, she has a little black book. The year after that, I slept with Niall, the guy that we saw in Jolly Rogers. That was just kind of another mutual. I was still new in the army. It was nerve-wracking. I really didn't have designs on anything. It was purely just a physical thing. Again, no hard feelings on that. It's just slightly awkward at times because, you know, I'm his commanding officer now. It wasn't awkward back then because, you know, we were same rank, but, you know, not awkward for me. I'm more worried that it's awkward for them. But, and then when I was 22, my mom died. And I didn't really take that very well. At all. I kind of shut down completely, I guess you could say. I probably wouldn't be here if it weren't for Solaris and Laity. So. But the year after that, I guess I just wanted to make sure that I could still feel something, that I was still a person. And that sounds even worse. And I ended up sleeping with a guy named Teth. And it was not good. At all. And, he's kind of never really let go of it, to be honest. Tells everybody that I'm secretly in love with him. I don't know if you saw the guy bouncing up and down when we were leaving.
Oh yeah, I
that,
saw.
that was him.
I think even I saw that one. It was pretty hard to miss.
Yeah, he's a lot. And not in the good ways. About a year after that, I slept with another guy in my regiment named Benjamin. Again, just a one-time thing, purely physical. Teth found out and started what amounted to a drunken screaming match in the middle of a bar. That was fun. And then 4 years ago, almost 5 years ago, I slept with another guy in my regiment that was the same rank as me at the time, but not the case now, obviously. So I guess that's the awkward thing, is that I outrank 5 out of the 6 people I've slept with.
Giving them orders must be fun. Sorry, sorry. She picks up her glass and takes a shot and puts it back on the table.
Yeah, but with Teth, he thinks that I'm doing because I'm paying attention to him. Which, by the way, if we run into him, I'm really sorry because he's probably going to think that we're all sleeping together.
I am excited beyond compare to meet him.
He's a pain in the ass. He doesn't know about anyone other than Benjamin, though, as far as I know. Last guy was smarter. Better liar. So, yeah, that's what's the fuck up with that.
I'll take it.
You know what, fuck it, she'll take her shot, too. Because that was a lot.
Mirio side-eyes Kess, and then flicks a gaze at Rex. Go on, boys.
Oh, I didn't realize that was okay. He just didn't know that was the rule.
It's not.
Fair enough.
Hess takes his.
She fills up the glasses again.
Alright, somebody else. Please, anybody else.
I thought you said the rule was that you can't answer 2 times.
Yeah,
in a row.
thankfully. Let's hope I roll hot from here on out. Because that was...
I mean, you could have just taken all the shots.
I thought about it.
Oh.
That's probably good, because then it would just be like, well...
Okay. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Marry you.
Yes.
You said you can kind of see the future.
Yes.
What the fuck is up with that?
Well, that's an interesting question. Technically speaking, it's not me. I can commune with individuals who let me see a glimpse of future events. It's the easiest way to explain it. It can be done in a couple of ways. I can either directly speak to them, or I can use cards. Depending on how I do it, depends on how far I can see and what the results are. And it's not necessarily something that I studied any arcane for. It doesn't come from natural arcana. It is sort of an innate ability that I've had for a while.
Okay.
That's the best way to explain it.
I'll take it.
That's how I knew you could all go to sleep for the night in Frostbane.
I assumed. Ow. Fucker.
Will
my
that
fingernail
suffice?
backwards. That'll suffice.
She takes her shot again.
You
Just-
don't have to take them unless you're...
I know. I just like to. It's the fun of not drinking. So in this case, it's Cass asking Rattan.
Shit. Rattan even says that shit. You have it.
I'm thinking.
Yeah, he fills her own glass while you're thinking.
I wasn't prepared for this.
You're never prepared for things like this, Cass.
I'm never prepared for anything, but I'm working on
Well,
it.
then there you go.
Anything. The first thing that comes to your head.
Doesn't have to be a major, soul-provoking question.
Yeah, you don't have to be a bitch like I am. What?
There's a loaded first question.
Someone had to ask.
If she
You know I
didn't,
don't
I would.
tire.
Yeah,
Exactly.
You were worse about it.
At least I was polite.
You were.
I propose an addendum
You-
to the rules.
I was just about to ask a question.
Okay, we'll ask you a question.
What's your addendum?
No, ask your question.
Your place you like to go to get away from people.
Oh!
What the fuck is up with that?
Oh! That's actually Mario's exact reaction.
This is Rax's as well. He's like,
That
"Ooh,
was
boy."
Rattan's exact reaction too, just blowing a raspberry and sinking down in her chair.
I like this game.
Yeah, because it's happening to me.
You asked me a question! The only person I really told about that was Rex.
As you know, I wear the mask because the volatile energy that I have in me is sometimes a little bit temperamental, difficult for me to keep under wraps. That's why I wear the mask, but even still, sometimes things are just too loud, things are just too much. And I need some time to get away from that, collect my thoughts again. So, and she looks around very specifically to make sure that, like, no one's, like, obviously listening.
You can roll me a perception check.
I will fucking do that. Oh, not.
To your knowledge, no one is paying attention to you. In fact, you look around and they all look like they're entranced in each other's own eyes.
Great. I used to go up somewhere high where I had a view of the stars. Because when I was stressed out, I don't know, looking at the stars made me feel a little bit smaller, I guess. And I know that sounds weird, but when I felt smaller, I felt like there wasn't as much pressure on me because I was just one person. And well, they kind of made me feel closer to a certain someone, so I never even told him that, so yeah, that's where I yeah, that's what I used to do. I used to go up somewhere high and look at the stars and be left alone. When I say left alone, I mean left alone. I didn't do anything weird up there.
Oh, I was just really hoping you weren't gonna answer and would drink. Isn't that what this game is about? Asking questions that people
Asking
don't
the
want to
hard
answer?
questions?
Right. But that's not a question that I would drink for. Miryu's was very close. And not because I'm embarrassed, because it's just a weird, sensitive subject sometimes. Anyway, roll.
Rex had already let go of his die
Yes,
as soon as you
ma'am.
went quiet for a second.
Oh. Cast
Ooh.
roll against. What's your dexterity modifier?
Oh, it's not fucking fair.
2.
Okay. Would you like to ask Rax a question, or would you like me to ask Rax a question?
I feel like you would have better questions for Rax than I would.
I
You
feel like
do
this is
realize
gonna
that
get
I know Rax really,
wildly
really well, right?
inappropriate.
That's why you would have better questions.
Okay. Please don't hate me, my darling. But
Oh, this is gonna be good. And Rattan sits forward and does
the
this.
thing, yeah.
Yup. She does it back to you.
You haven't even written home since you disappeared. No word, no nothing. What the fuck is up with that?
Rex drinks all 4.
Roll me a Constitution saving throw.
As soon as he grabs for the first shot, Rattan just goes, "Oh!"
Okay, you're
Technically
alright.
+4.
If you're choosing to give him it.
I don't think I can. I don't think it's a thing that I can like choose to shut off.
I mean, it's to an extent. It's like any friendly, right?
I'm checking the exact wording. It just says whenever you or a friendly creature within 10 feet of you makes a saving throw, the creature gains a bonus. It's not can
It
gain,
doesn't
gains.
Not may, not can.
Yeah, it says specifically they just do.
Alright, well then, you're definitely fine.
I mean, I can still answer. I was just looking for a good reason to drink all 4.
Oh!
I'd say drink another 4 for being a smartass. And she
I'm
fills the
tempted.
glasses again.
Well, when you're in a drug, alcohol, and many other substance-induced stupor for about 10 years, you don't really think about it. And it's been 10 years. I mean, they've probably gotten past it at this point. So,
But
To be fair, I don't know if I would.
well, getting a written letter from somebody claiming to be your son who disappeared a decade ago out of the blue doesn't
you
seem...
could find a
be
sketch
overjoyed.
artist.
Yeah, I would rather go in person.
But what if like showing up just suddenly like is like, oh shit, our son's alive, and they have like a heart attack or something?
Mary.
What? Jacques is a big killer.
Technically, I can kind of save them immediately, and then hopefully Rattan might be able to help them out. There's options, but...
I mean, as long as they don't outright die. I can't do anything about that yet.
I don't think I'll ever be able to. But... yeah, it's mostly a... don't know how they'll take the news if it's not in person, so haven't entertained it yet.
I get that. More than you realize, probably.
To be fair, I don't even know my parents, so
Oh.
kind of also don't really know where I'm from.
You mentioned that. My condolences.
I don't care.
Jan picks up her dice and just awkwardly drops it.
I'm blood.
Oh, fuck! She says something not nice in Celestial. She says something not nice in Celestial.
Peepers laughs.
It's basically the equivalent of like, fiddlesticks.
Yeah, Peeper still laughs.
It's not like a legitimate swear.
Doesn't mean she doesn't laugh.
Oh,
when
I
I
know,
laugh.
I know. I'm just clarifying that it's not that word.
I'm excited to hear this one.
Um.
Come on, this is literally your chance to ask me anything. Open book.
Or, you know, instead of asking, drink the whole table. That was my addendum. What? I feel like there should be like a repercussion for not having a question.
Yeah. So you could always pass it to the next highest roller, but considering who that was, I'm not sure I like that.
The rules don't only apply when you like them, Rattan.
I know.
She starts tapping the driftwood as she did to Rattan when she was hesitating.
Man, I didn't think I was this difficult.
Maybe he's just shy.
Cass kind of nods.
Drink up then. The table is yours if you have nothing to ask.
Cass drinks one,
Okay.
and then
She leans in.
you seem to be avoiding your father? What the fuck is up with that?
Miri refills the glass that Kaz drunk out of. And then motions for one of the barkeeps who brings over another bottle.
Not deliberately. I love my father. He's a great guy. How to put this? We just don't really, don't really get each other. Neither of us are really good with emotions. I guess that's probably where I get it from. So, if I'm awkward talking about my feelings, he's more so.
That must be really bad then.
And, we don't really know each other that well. My parents were both, they worked in the mines. And they moved to Marinelac to give me a better life, more opportunities. And because they didn't live in one of the mining towns, that meant that they had to travel a lot for work, which meant that I was alone a fair amount. I don't hold any of that against them. But, kind of makes it hard to get to know each other on a deep, substantial level. And, like I said, my mom died a few years back, and things only got more awkward after that. Neither of us really knew how to process that, and neither of us really knew how to, I guess, support each other through it. And shit, I guess deep down I'm just really worried that I'm gonna disappoint him.
Sure, he won't be disappointed when he finds out you're marrying a higher being. What?
I thought the answer was gonna be as simple as just pointing at her ring finger.
No, because I don't, you know, I think that he would be okay with that. Even if he didn't understand what the hell I was talking about, he was, you know, supportive.
I would like to say I would love being there for that conversation, but I feel like that's a human him thing.
I feel like that's a very private thing, yeah.
I know where the boundaries are. Sometimes.
Sometimes. Like I said, I think as long as he knew that I was cared for and being treated well, he would be supportive of it.
So that's a visit for you three, obviously. Later.
Yeah, but he's not in town right now, so it doesn't matter.
True. Well, I'm just saying in general.
Yeah, eventually. That's not a thing that, you know, I haven't written to him the entire time that I've been gone, so
Yeah, what the fuck is up with that?
that's a separate question.
I'll take a shot for it.
That's not how that works.
She drinks the whole board.
That's also not how that works.
At this point, I don't think she cares. I think she just wants to drink some.
No, she wants to get all the answers.
Ah, she's fine.
I think she
I don't
wants
know.
both.
I guess I got sidetracked in... I tend to really one-track mind when I'm focused in on a task, to the detriment of a lot of things. I'm a person who doesn't really know when to stop sometimes until someone grabs me by the shoulders and says, hey, take a fucking break. And I guess I just got so fixated on all of the problems that I was trying to fix. I never really stopped to think about what not thinking about it would make me have to fix later.
So you're gonna like go and dust his house or something for him?
I probably should. I should
Alright.
probably be. I should probably be a
Rattan
good
what's
daughter
here
and
and
go
the
clean
dust on
things
the
up.
table?
Well, I don't think he's been gone for a year.
I don't know.
It's only a couple days journey. But I'm also, I guess getting back to the original question, avoiding him. I don't want the people that are after us to hurt him. I'd never forgive myself. So until I know he's safe, yeah, I guess I'm kind of keeping a distance.
Makes sense.
Which I guess doesn't really matter. I'm a person of standing. It's not that hard to figure out what my freaking lineage is.
Well, they sent a spy to do it.
That wasn't really about my lineage, though. That was particularly about... She kind of flicks her holy symbol.
Yeah,
Not
but
a whole lot
you
of
know,
Zal
like,
here's in Marinalac. Hate to break it to you.
I don't know. I think I went through the pages of people. The yellow
Oh,
pages
maybe you
of
would have looked
Marinalac.
into me a little bit.
Rax is with you almost all the time. Anything that he knows, I know.
Well, lovely.
I don't need to do all that much digging. I can if you'd like me to.
Please don't.
Why are you worried what I'd find?
I'm worried what questions you would have, and she flings her dice onto the table. I can't go again. I can't go twice.
It's okay.
Oh! You must be kidding!
Holy shit!
Okay,
Did you
so this
do-
has never happened to me before.
We'll go by, modifiers, but
Okay.
Rex versus Rattan, Dex modifier.
1.
Rex gets to ask the question.
Mirio will abstain so he can ask Cass a question.
Okay.
Okay.
Keeper's like, fuck.
Well, like Rex's question wasn't that bad. Like, out of
No.
all of them that were asked. Like that's the number one question that he had. It's not really about you.
I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to be about him, right, Tom?
Well, I feel like
something-
that's a question you would ask the person it's in regards to.
Hmm?
I mean, if you want, I'll go.
Yeah, you asked.
Take a shot for not asking. Oh, actually, drink the board for not asking.
He just shrugs.
And then roll me a
Yes.
positive.
That helps.
You're right.
You can see her like eyeing the board like she's considering taking a shot before asking this question.
Yeah, Mario's refilling them as quick as anyone's taking
Yeah.
them.
You and I never talked about what happened. What the fuck is up with that, Cass? And even still, like, she's, like, there's no, like, hostility.
I never knew what to say or how to say it. And things happened quick. I owe you better. I owe a lot of people better. We'll talk before the ball.
Shit, color me impressed. She takes a shot.
Okay, at this point, roll me a Constitution save.
Mm-hmm.
Just because you have been drinking.
Oh, I'm not great at those.
Yeah,
Oh, pff.
you're fine.
Wait. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. I should have been more clever. Fuck.
Why?
Nothing. Oh, if I'd been really smart, I would have just...
Well, you
What
might
is
get
your
another
save?
opportunity.
No, I was gonna cast protection from poison on myself. But I'm not doing it.
Yeah, don't
It's
be a
not fair.
shitty cheat. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not fair. Pretend
Don't be a
wouldn't cheat.
cheat. Yeah.
If there
Alright.
were visual components, Rax 100% would have counterspelled you.
It can't be Cass. Fuck!
I'll answer another question.
It's fine.
Careful now. You realize it's me asking it, right?
I rolled the lowest number.
No, you didn't. Oh, well, technically you didn't, because you can't go twice in a row.
He's offering to, though, if you would like to abstain.
No, it's fine.
I'll happily ask both of you a question.
I'd say take a shot to ask an extra question, but you'd do it anyway.
Take the board! Talking about. And also, I'm happy to do that. fuck it. She downs them. She first looks at Cass. Alright. Okay. So, you've never really seemed to be interested
Rattan sits forward.
in, getting jiggy with it with another person.
Rattan loses it.
What the fuck is up with that?
That's not true.
Oh.
So what happened with Destiny is what I'm assuming you're referring to.
I'm talking about it in general, but if you're gonna dish the deeds, go for it.
You offered to slap my ass and never coughed up.
He offered to slap your ass?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god. What the fuck is up with
I
that?
had a bet running with that one.
I don't remember this.
I don't
First day
either.
we got to Moncade. Destiny grabbed your ass. I got a little protective about it because I have a weird thing with consent. You asked if I was jealous and said that you would grab my ass if it made me feel less jealous.
What the fuck is up with that, Cass?
I don't remember any of that.
I don't either, but
Whoa.
this probably happened. That's great.
Oh, it did.
I believe that it happened.
Like I said, I had a bet running with that. And I think both of us were disappointed.
So when we got to Moncade, we had traveled a long ways and I was tired. So we agreed that I should get some sleep. So I slept and had, we'll call them nightmares.
Okay.
And I was shaken, and I didn't want to be with somebody who I didn't know.
Mm-hmm.
So I declined to go back to her room with her.
Okay, but that
Wait,
is
and then you
one
ended up on the balcony with me!
Yeah, I didn't know you would be on the balcony. I just wanted some fresh air.
You literally watched me walk out onto the balcony. I don't know where else you thought I was going to be.
8 hours earlier.
That's a good point.
Fair.
Okay, but again, this is only one
Right,
instance.
right. And, you know...
Actually, that's my next question anyway, Cass. Carry on. That was one instance of your entire lifetime.
I've been with somebody before.
I'm listening.
Rax has his hand just like this, and he's just smirking.
I will drink if it gets you to answer this question.
Hess looks over at Rax.
He ain't helping you! Why are you looking at him? He's not gonna help you! What are you looking at him for? Wait.
No.
I feel like I should know this person.
Rex is mental.
Oh. Huh. Keeping it close to home. Interesting.
I can't throw stones! She immediately, like, turns away. She loses her shit and then turns away.
Anyway, my second question, and this is for Rattan.
Oh,
8
boy.
hours on a balcony? What the fuck is up with that?
I wasn't on the balcony for the full 8 hours.
Go on.
I spent the day with. No, I spent the day with yeah.
On the balcony?
What? I said
You
I was
spent-
not on the balcony the whole 8 hours.
Where did you go?
Down into the city.
Okay, but where?
There's a restaurant that had really good cheesecake,
Don't blame me.
and then
Pick
kind of
some
just
up from
walked around sightseeing. There's a really nice fountain.
There is a really nice fountain. Most people go there. Never mind.
What?
Nope. Nope.
No, 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 you need to tell me this now.
Not unless you ask a question. We're playing a game.
So yeah, no, there you go.
Shall we?
We shall.
For fuck's sake.
Please,
These
please,
ones.
please, please. Yes! She looks at me and just points. The fountain, what the fuck is up with that?
People go there to wash in its waters in hopes of fertility.
Oh.
Oh,
Is there something I should know?
Did you go in
No.
the fountain? Oh, hold on. We gotta ask that question later.
mm-hmm. You don't get shit for free.
Hey, you know I'm willing.
Oh, fuck.
This is this is karma.
Oh my god.
Here you go.
I will abstain if you would like to ask Rex a question.
You eavesdropped on girl time. The
Mhm.
fuck is up with that?
I was curious. That's all.
That's a shite answer.
That's the answer that I have. I mean, you get woken up after being asleep and then
What? It's like you didn't know like what girl time was. Like,
I did, and
do,
that's why
do
I went to
boys
sleep to
have
begin
like
with.
stories that they tell each other about what they think girl time is?
no. I was asleep. I got woken up. So, I stayed up and listened.
Did you learn your lesson?
Sure.
I don't believe you.
I don't believe him either.
Probably shouldn't.
She flicks you on the back of the head.
Fair.
Don't do that shit again.
What she said.
Next time
Tosses
let
her
me
dice
sleep.
on the table. God fucking damn it! Can I please
Jesus.
roll higher? God, Cass asking Miri a question.
Have at it. Anything you'd like to know?
Rattan picks up her dice and just starts.
Like.
I don't know what to ask near you.
I'm an open book.
Ask her literally anything.
Mm-hmm. I may not have the answer to literally anything, but
You can have a
Wish I could make something
or
up.
an answer.
Mhm. Or you can just drink the board. Like he's going to be drinking it.
Rattan starts nudging the tray toward Kess.
Just
like,
drinks
"Ah."
it.
Roll me a con save.
Because it's gonna be wasted.
I mean, you get a +4. I'm fine.
Yeah,
Wow.
right, see? Whining
Con
about
saves are
nothing.
fucking on it tonight.
Hot tonight, right?
Fuck, like it's like the game.
What the fuck is up with that?
What's up with that? Okay.
Does anyone else have a question?
Ugh.
He's 17, too.
Safe.
Katan asking Rex.
Rax.
Yeah.
An owl, huh? What the fuck is up with that?
You get a very, like, affirming hoot from your shoulder as if seconding the
Like,
question.
Yeah, why?
The other options didn't seem as great. I don't know, like owls can see in the dark, they're very quiet, they're fucking cool. Like, do you think she would let me live it down if she was a rat? Or a little fish and I was carrying around a fishbowl all the time?
What about a ferret? They're
A
cute.
rat. It's effectively a rat.
Wow. Rattan snorts. Oh god, is she gonna do it?
What?
Do
What?
it.
I'm debating on making something canon.
Oh no.
She's gonna be chaotic. Oh wait, I can't communicate mentally. I forgot about that. God, I don't even know if you can say that in Celestial. And
Probably
Rattan just, huh?
Probably not. There's not like a translation
Right.
for that.
Rattan just kind of mutters under, just kind of snorts and goes, Sleepers?
And immediately, she takes off from Rex's shoulder, lands on your shoulder, and starts pecking your head.
Okay, it was a joke.
Take 2
Sorry.
points of peck
Sorry.
damage.
Ow!
She got a multi-attack on that motherfucker.
It was just a, I was just being fun.
And then as she takes off again, she whacks you with her wing on the way up. And then lands on the table, picks up one of the glasses in her beak, and does the shot.
Full on mouth shot.
Yeah, and then goes back and lands on Rex's
And
shoulder.
Peepers is now drunk.
Rax looks over to see if anybody who like works at the bar notices this and what their reactions to it would be.
You can roll a perception check.
Oh. Hold on. I'm gonna roll another one just to see if I can get better. Because I'm gonna use my inspiration wisely.
Oh my
Nope, it's an
god!
11.
No. From what you gather, no one is really paying all that much attention as the night has been getting progressively more lively the longer you've been in here.
Alright. One more.
One more.
I'm gonna regret that. You can ask him about the,
don't know what that means.
About the previous thing that you didn't know happened.
What do you mean I didn't know happened?
The butt slap.
Yeah.
Oh, whatever.
Kev, don't you find Rattan attractive?
Whoa, let's
What the fuck is up
We're
with
not.
that?
Oh, that's dangerous. Don't do that.
I mean, like, you threatened to slap her ass and then fucking chickened out. What the fuck is up with that?
What the fuck is up with that?
Isn't she good enough for your refined tastes? Is it because she doesn't have a name that's after a bird? Do you think Peepers is attractive?
Rattan's just sitting there flabbergasted at this point.
What the fuck is up with all of that?
Kaz just looks over at Miryu. Not your question.
I'll drink for it. I'll drink twice if I have to. Fuck it.
As the only one who understands how this game works, I'll allow it.
I feel like I have a pretty firm understanding of how this game
She
works.
picks up
Pretty
the bottle
simple.
and just chugs out the bottle.
No. Oh, boy.
Save for refilling the glasses.
Kaz just looks over at Rax.
She is fine. She puts she slams the bottle on the table and does like the full ass mouth wipe. So, Kez, what the fuck is up with all of that?
Rax first.
Clearly, he's not a gentleman.
I mean, he's just going by the rules.
Well, fucking hurry up then.
Rattan actually snorts.
So we know Perrin's type is tieflings, but I haven't quite figured out your type. What the fuck is up with that?
I don't have a type.
Rattan actually just like doubles over the table and starts laughing hysterically.
I like to have an emotional connection with somebody.
I'm sorry, I'm not laughing at that. That's actually, a good basis.
Kaz takes a shot.
Oh. Miryu.
I believe I stated multiple questions.
Which one do you want the answer for?
All of them. Collectively, I will finish the bottle if I have to.
Alright, give them to me one at a time.
Why did you chicken out of slapping Rattan's ass?
Because you'd probably murder me.
Was she not pretty enough, or was it just genuinely fear?
Has nothing to do with looks.
So now that you have an emotional connection, would you, provided higher powers weren't involved?
Miryu!
I'm just asking! I will finish the bottle if I have to.
I would not.
Why? Or more specifically, what the fuck is up with that?
You're not gonna hurt my feelings.
I thought you didn't have a type.
To be fair, I'm like half a foot taller than him.
Oh, so you're not into tall people.
That has nothing to do with it.
I could bench press him.
Some people would find that hot.
Rax is like, yeah.
I just don't have that kind of emotional relationship with Rattan.
So who do you have that type of emotional relationship with that isn't Crow?
Wait, do you have an emotional relationship with Crow?
She slides the shot board over towards Rattan.
She takes a shot.
Nah, whole board.
Oh, whole board.
Whole board.
Oh, fuck. Downs all 3 of them.
Please roll me a save.
I'm gonna re-roll that with my inspiration. Cause fuck am I getting bombed in here?
Oh,
Much better.
bullshit.
I was hoping for a 1. I was too.
Loki, me too.
That's what does her under, is just that.
Downs the final one and quite literally like smacks her lips and sets it down. What the fuck is up with that?
Was I done answering Miryu's questions? I'm confused.
I mean, in line with.
What was your
You know, you
question
should-
again?
You know you should never tell a woman to wait, right?
Oh, Cyrus learned that one.
I believe Cass was in the room.
I wasn't in the room when he learned the lesson. I was in the room when he made the mistake.
I mean, technically, we're in the room when he learned the lesson. He got that bill.
Because we walked up and went.
Alright, Rattan, what was your question again?
Do you have an emotional... Hold. She actually says that she holds a finger and goes, hold. Okay. Are you scared of him?
No.
Insight check.
You believe him.
Okay.
As does Mary, who also did an insight check.
I was waiting to see what the silence was.
But also has disadvantage on
Yeah,
checks right now.
she's fucking exhausted.
And actually, with the time of day it is, she has another point of exhaustion.
Oh, fuck.
But yes, you enjoyed your round of questioning into close enough to midnight at this point. With it being a festival, you know that you could go to Sirens should you want to carry. Okay.
She
If not-
offers that.
Do you guys go to karaoke at Sirens? Yes or no?
Cass will not be attending karaoke at Sirens.
What the fuck is up with that?
Yeah, you know what? What the fuck is up with that?
Cass goes home and goes to bed. Gets a full night's rest. Very comfortably. Cassian is home at some point or another.
He's probably the first one home. Actually, no, not true. He's a
No.
nerd in the library.
He's a nerd in the library. He will get kicked out at some point. Do Rax and Rattan go to karaoke? Mirio is fine either way.
Rax isn't gonna be like, let's go. He's gonna be like, if we want to go, we can go. I don't mind. This is not my first time to karaoke and probably will not be my last. but it's probably a little bit different the last place that I went to.
Miryu's going. I feel like I should. Supervise.
So the three of you go to whatchamacallit?
Sirens.
Sirens, thank you. Did I not put sirens in here? Huh. I forgot to put sirens in the reference page. Anyway, you all go. Everyone who's going, roll me a performance check, and that'll just be the generic one for the
Oh God.
night.
This isn't Rax's first karaoke. If he got a 20, he would probably, like, laser show it.
Oh God!
Oh boy.
Oh
Performance?
boy! Yeah. Miryu, tired, tipsy, does not do well.
No, totally off key.
Totally off key.
Come
just
on,
like
Rattan, bring it home, girl. Otherwise, someone's never gonna let you live down how fucking off key you were. Okay, I'll take that.
Rattan and Rex do a good job. You have a good night. A lot of fun is had. Oh, apparently I'm putting you places. No, go
Oh,
there. Yeah. Yeah, so you have a good night. You sing some songs. You get tipsy at best with the roles you've been giving tonight. You find your way home easy
Buzz.
enough. Yeah, nice buzz going on. It's probably about 4 in the morning
oh my God. Oh
before you
no.
actually get home.
Fucking no.
Rattan's
yeah.
not going to drills in the morning.
Or if she is gonna be exhausted.
Oh,
You have-
fucking no.
Those of you who sleep have a really good night's sleep. And we will pick up next year on the Tuesday morning after the night before in Myrnalek.
I have to
Yeah,
wait a
'cause if I
whole
got-
year?
We have to wait a whole year for a new
If I
session.
got 8 hours, it would be noon.
know.
I'd be so fucking late for drills.
You'd be beyond morning drills. You'd get afternoon drills.
Yeah.
What time do drills start?
Fucking not
6?
noon.
6 a.m.
Yep.
That's what I
Oh, it was
thought.
6. I thought it was 5.
No, 6.
Even if I only took like the 6 hours, I would still be fucking late.
Yep.
Well, I can show up to afternoon drills. It's something.
Yeah, so we will pick up at lunchtime next year, by the way.
Anyway.
Hey,
Yeah,
Kaz got home early.
yeah. Well, Cass will pick up. He's up early in the morning. He can do whatever. Cassian and Cass will be up first.
Or do I take the point of fucking exhaustion and show up?
You have until next year to decide.
Fine.
Go up half cocked still.
The first time back in a year.
And she's like slightly drunk still because it's only been 2 hours. And she's like, right, you motherfuckers, get your fucking feet. No, what the fuck are you? It's like, you don't even fucking know what you're doing.
Rex would go
I'm
and
going
take the
for a
point of
year.
exhaustion to go and watch that.
Mirio is not letting you. You have to sleep, and she will not let you leave that room until you do.
Do you even know what way to hold a sword by? It's like you all forgot how to do everything while I was gone. No, I'm not drunk. I'm fine.
Just buzzed.
I'm
Just
just
buzzed.
buzzed.
I'm just tired. It was a long trip.
Biggest
in.
lie ever. I'm just buzzed.
Roll deception.
With disadvantage.
With disadvantage.
Yep.
My
Uh-huh.
+7 will not save me there.
Nope.
Actually, my
Maybe-
deception is shite. Never mind.
Miria
That's
rolled a
not
9
shit,
on
it's
her
just not
performance, just so you know.
She what?
She rolled a 9 on her performance. She has a +4.
Oh.
She rolled a 9 and a 20, but she's at disadvantage.
See, but I was here having an existential crisis because I knew that if I rolled shit, oh, that was gonna cause someone physical pain.
They were doing like a really shitty rendition of an ABBA song if you rolled shit. Or the equivalent of.
Dancing Queen!
Eating Chinese with Mr. Bean, oh yeah!
All the wrong lyrics.
You can dance in your
Wait, that's what the song says?
Yeah,
I always thought that it was just let me staple the vicar. I thought she was asking me for birdseed.
Oh jeez.
She was asking for mercy. I thought it was birdseed.
Yes, begging you for birdseed. I love Peter Kay. He's a genius. He's a comedic genius.
Oh man.
Thank you all for your focus. You guys
Yup.
fuck off to bed.
Ooh.
And next year, not only do we wake up the morning after all of this, but we also have Spring Ball to attend, so ready your butts.
If we fast forward.
And we'll still attend it next year. What are you
Well, that
saying?
is
I'm
true.
ending
Next
the
year is spring
campaign?
ball.
Mm-hmm.
We are gonna
Let's
spend
go.
an actual 4 days worth of time.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Oh, for fuck's sake. I don't want to have to plan that! I'm gonna be honest right now, planning dime time is the bane of my existence.
But it's so much fun! Look what happened tonight!
It is, but
Just
also...
make us play drinking
Right!
games
We'll
for
just play
4
what the
days
fuck is up
straight.
with that?
Oh, Jesus. Miria would die. I just want you to know that.
Yeah,
If
she
you
would
play
literally
it-
die of alcohol poisoning.
No, she would die of exhaustion. She's on 2 points. If you play for 4 days, she's dead.
Well, we'll sleep in between.
That's only if she doesn't fucking sleep!
Yeah, I was talking like we're gonna plan out every single.
Somebody hasn't visited a resurrection, not a resurrection, a fucking religious shrine yet.
Oh, it's not gonna fucking do anything anyway.
You don't know. You don't
What the fuck
know.
did Ratan say? I'd rather trust a fever dream than a god?
Yeah. Exactly.
That was so fucking on brand.
It was so later.
It was, and he was so proud.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. He was like, I didn't even have to say it that time.
Mm-hmm.
Rax would not be opposed to it, but he doesn't have the right materials at this point.
Sobriety?
For a fever dream?
Oh! I thought you were. Never mind. I thought you were talking
Do
about giving the
fever
temple
dream,
a
that's what
try.
I was referring to.
Oh, I thought you were talking about giving the temple a try. My bad.
I just saw the tweet that Fern talked about earlier.
Which?
The one where Blissey, there's a picture of Blissey, it says she could have
Oh.
stopped COVID.
Oh, fuck.
My god. Well,
Oh.
Alright, I can't stop yawning, so I'm
Go
going
to bed.
Yeah.
yes, ladies and
Okay.
gentlemen.
Have a good night, everybody.
Night keeper.
Yeah, good night to you too.
Have a good night. Enjoy
Good
your
night, good
holidays.
night.
Alright, everybody have a good night. I'm heading out. We'll be back in 2 weeks after the new year with both Rift Chasers and Organized Chaos. So, everybody have a good night. See you all later.